All right, let's go ahead and get the party started. KCRT, if you can get us going, please. All right, good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Tuesday, December 16th meeting. It is 3:31. Madam Clerk, if you can please take the roll.
Sure. Councilmember Bonner is absent for roll call. Councilmember Brown?
Here.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Presente.
Councilmember Robinson? Councilmember Robinson?
Here.
Okay. Councilmember Wilson?
Here.
Vice Mayor Cepeda?
Here.
And Mayor Martinez will be absent for the entire meeting.
All right.
Okay, during closed session, council will discuss the following items. Item C1, liability claims. Claimant Terminal 1 Development LLC, agency against the City of Richmond. Claimant Jose Salala, agency claimed against City of Richmond. Claimant Esteban Barragan, agency claimed against City of Richmond. And claimant Richard Muro Salazar, agency claimed against City of Richmond. Item C2 is conference with labor negotiators. Agency representatives Sharon Taylor, Jack Hughes, and Lisa Charbonnet. Employee organizations, SEIU, Local 1021, full-time and part-time units, IAPTE, Local 21, mid-level management and executive management units, unrepresented executive management, Richmond Police Officers Association, Richmond Police Management Association, IAFF Local 188, and Richmond Fire Management Association. We have one request to address the council. Cordell Hendler, you'll have 2 minutes.
So, good afternoon, Vice Mayor Cepeda, Council. For the record, I am Cordell Henley, and I have some terrific news. So, when I was looking at the closed session, today is the day for the MOUs to be passed. So, all of these groups have done a tremendous job supporting our city. So, when you go back in there, think of all the hard work that they have done. So, this will be a good Christmas for them, and it'll also be a good Christmas for you. And I have gifts for you all for the 6 o'clock meeting. So, you're going to have to wait till I present it.
I hope they're chocolates.
And let's see, hold on one second. Okay, if there's anyone joining us online that would like to address the council, please raise your hand at this time. Okay, we have no more speakers.
Perfect. Then with that, we're going to go ahead and adjourn to closed session. KCRT, I think we're ready to go. All right. Good evening, everyone. We are back from closed session on Tuesday, December 16th. And first up, for the joint regular meeting, Ms. Clerk, if you can please take the roll.
Okay, the first item on the agenda is pledge to the flag.
Pledge of allegiance. Perfect. Then we'll do Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance. All right. Roll call, please.
Okay, our next item is roll call. Councilmember Bonner,
I'm here.
Councilmember Brown,
Here.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Presente.
Councilmember Robinson,
Here.
Councilmember Wilson,
Here.
Vice Mayor Zepeda,
Here.
and Mayor Martinez will be absent the entire meeting. Our next item is statement of conflict of interest. Are there any? Hearing none, we'll move to agenda review. Have several announcements. Okay, item P4A, that's a contract with Lefton Consultant, Inc. for planning and design services for the relocation of the SS Red Oak Victory. That item has been continued to January of 2026. Item R1, the State of the City address, has been moved to the consent calendar.
We don't have the mayor. We don't have.
It will be presented by the mayor sometime in January. Okay, and it's also available on the mayor's website. Item P8E is moved to Section M under proclamations. Item P4F, Neighborhood Public Art Mini Grant Award selection for fiscal year 2025 has been removed from the consent calendar for discussion. Item P4C, Port of Richmond Enterprise Fund Financial Overview has also been removed from consent for discussion. Item P7B, Evaluation Report by Westfield on the Richmond Fund for Children and Youth has also been removed from the consent calendar for discussion. And I do need confirmation from Deputy City Manager LaShonda Wilson about item P10K, if that has been removed or not. And that is the acceptance and appropriation of the Hillman Foundation grants. So I'm not
We
sure
will
about that one.
provide an update momentarily.
Okay. And I believe that is everything.
We're continuing P4A.
Yeah, that's the first thing I mentioned.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
P4A is continued.
And
Did you
then
have an announcement?
No, I had a question. Could you read one more time all of the consent calendar things that have been moved off consent?
no.
I couldn't keep up.
P4F, P4C, P7B, and we're not sure about P10K. P8E has been moved to proclamations.
Thank you.
And then after Q1, do you want to do that order?
Okay. After budget session, we'll hear the following agenda items. Item S2, legislative update from State Senator. Item S5, that is the Richmond Art and Culture Manager and Commission. S4, biannual art and culture report for fiscal year 2024 and 25. S1, that is the actions related to city attorney resignation and interim legal services. S3, That is the presentation from the West Contra Costa Integrated Waste Management Authority, Recycle More, on the new solid waste post-collection agreement and rates. Let's see, S1, oh, I'm sorry, and then S3, okay, we just read that one. Then we have the items that were removed from consent calendar. We'll hear item P4F, P7B, and then P4C. Any more changes?
And
Okay.
Ms. Moore, if we can get, because we're not sure about P10K, we're waiting for confirmation, should we pull it and then bring it back on?
Yes,
Yes on which one?
yes.
Pull it.
Yes.
Yes to pull it. So let's go ahead and put P10K. Let's
Last.
pull it because we're waiting for confirmation still. We might need to put it back in later, but let's go ahead and add that to the end.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
And do we have any other pulls?
Yeah, or, I just want to raise a concern that if I'm understanding it correctly, we've moved S1 from the first on new business to the fourth on new business.
Right.
And I believe that's one of the items we absolutely have to get done tonight or bad things happen. Is there any support for moving that up higher?
It'll be heard still. Yeah,
I'll hold you to that.
we will. We're not going anywhere.
Are we ready to move on?
Yep, I think we're ready, so.
Okay. Our next item is a report from the city attorney of final decisions made during closed session.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'm pleased to report that we did get through all the closed session agenda items that are listed, but there's no reportable action, no final action was taken on any of the listed agenda items. Thank you.
Our next item is a report from the city manager.
Good evening, KCRT. Can you please put up the slide deck? Good evening, Vice Mayor, members of the council, Shasa Curl, Richmond City Manager. All of the items noted here in the city manager report are also in the city manager weekly report online on our city's website and available. If for additional information, feel free to call 510-620-6512. Next slide. Next slide. I'd like to thank everyone who came out with police and fire for the bagging event on apparently I'm ready for it to still be fall. December 13th with community partners at Booker T. Anderson Community Center from 9 to 1 p.m. on Saturday. Over 600 bags were filled for children and families to support our local community and to provide support for Richmond's youth. I want to thank everyone again for all their work. It was a great event. Next slide. We also, on Saturday, had the Senior Winter Ball that took place at the Richmond Memorial Auditorium here at 403 Civic Center Plaza. The Senior Winter Ball was from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. The seniors enjoyed a festive evening filled with music, dancing, holiday cheer, and coming together to celebrate the season and create wonderful memories. Next slide. Also coming up, another event led with our community services team. In particular, this is with our library in partnership with the National Park Service at the West Side Branch Library on December 17th at 3:30 p.m. and December 23rd at 11 a.m. Participants are encouraged to attend a National Park Service Ranger Q&A session. It's an opportunity to hear from a ranger directly and hear more about their experiences. If you have any questions, feel free to call 510-620-6567. One of my favorite events, next slide, coming up is Snow Day at Nickel Park. So please, everyone, come out to Nickel Park on December 22nd from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. This is a great event. Please wear your winter gear because there will actually be snow in Nickel Park. And a wonderful time is had by all. I really want to thank all of the partners that come together to host this event, our community services team, RCF Connects, Neighbor to Neighbor, California Volunteers, Richmond Tool Lending, Library, and Love Your Block. Next slide. Frequently throughout the year, many of you at the dais and throughout our community have questions around how can you apply for a grant with the City of Richmond. So I just want to make sure that everyone is aware that the City of Richmond will release new funding opportunities for the Environmental Community Investment Agreement and the Richmond Fund for Children and Youth on January 23rd. This funding represents a $1.2 million investment to support community-based organizations and activities to enhance safety, wellness, and quality of life for Richmond residents. The purpose of this funding is to strengthen community engagement, provide positive opportunities for youth and families, and support initiatives that build a healthier, more connected Richmond. Eligible organizations are encouraged to review the information on our website. If you have any questions, please contact Administrative Chief Patrick Seals at 510-307-8016. Again, 510-307-8016. All of this information will be found on our website, and please encourage those that have been interested throughout the year to please apply for these grants. And lastly, next slide. I would like to, one of the items on your consent calendar this evening celebrates our 10 years of health in all policies. We're proud of our 10 years of focus on health in all policies. This 10-year report reflects more than a decade of integration of health, equity, and well-being into every aspect of our city operations, so that city staff are seen as community clinicians. Our work first launched in 2013 and was grounded in the community health and wellness element of our General Plan 2030. And the Health in All Policies strategy has transformed how we govern, plan, and serve our community. This milestone couldn't be possible without the dedication of many members of our community and many community-based organizations. In particular, I would like to acknowledge Professor Jason Corborn at UC Berkeley in the College of Environmental Design for his steadfast commitment over a decade in supporting not only the City Manager's Office, environmental and health initiatives, but also our Office of Neighborhood Safety and Community Development Department. We're working together to improve outcomes and build a healthier and more equitable Richmond for all. And the report is on our website. I'd like to thank Yana, who also started as a graduate student at UC Berkeley and was a management analyst that helped lead the development and finalization of this report, as well as Gabino Arredondo for his ongoing leadership in this area of work. Thank you.
So, Vice Mayor, we did receive confirmation that the requester does not wish to withdraw item PK10.
P10K.
P10K, sorry.
Thank you for that. We'll
From the
note that
agenda.
for the consent calendar, to leave it on the consent calendar.
Thank
All
you.
right.
Our next item, under commendations, presentations, and proclamation, item M1, proclamation and presentation of a key to the city that honors Chief Bisa French for her trailblazing leadership towards justice and equity, profound contributions to public safety, and unwavering dedication to community safety and well-being in the city of Richmond. Her long-standing commitment to fairness, accountability, youth advocacy, and community partnerships reflects her unwavering dedication to Richmond, its residents, its families, and its future. If there's anyone joining us online that would like to address council on this item, please raise your hand at this time.
Comments are at the end, right?
Yeah, we'll do them at the end.
Comments are at the end.
Right?
At the end.
Okay.
All right, do we have everyone here? May we have our guest of honor? This is the community that you help build. It's the community that you help keep safe, and the community that you help uplift through your leadership. I had mentioned before, you have big shoes to fill, but more than that, it's the footprints and the imprints that you've left in everyone's hearts and everyone's actions in this community. Everyone looks up to you, and you're crying. So now I got to give this over to somebody else before I cry too. But we thank you, and you can see by all the honors that you've received by various organizations throughout the past couple of weeks, we're going to miss you, even though you're not going very far. But we're going to miss your leadership. We're going to miss your being and everything that you've done for our city. So we want to go ahead and read the proclamation. Go ahead. You want to start us off?
Sure. Honoring Chief Bisa French for distinguished service and enduring contributions to the Richmond community. Whereas Chief Bisa French has honorably served the city of Richmond for more than 27 years, demonstrating exceptional dedication, integrity, and courage as she rose through every rank from officer, sergeant, lieutenant, and captain to assistant chief, interim chief, and ultimately becoming the first female chief of police in the department's 113-year history. And
whereas throughout her exemplary career, Chief French has upheld fairness and accountability by championing racial equity, procedural justice, and genuine community engagement, while serving in her roles from patrol and community policing to property crimes and family services, where she deepened her passion for protecting youth and strengthening family safety. And whereas Chief French is a founding partner of the West County Family Justice Center and spent nearly 2 years helping bring this critically important resource to life before its opening in 2011 at the Richmond Hilltop Police Substation. And where do we start?
Whereas her leadership continued long after the center's opening, serving as the inaugural chair of the Contra Costa Family Justice Center Board and working collaboratively with STAND for families free of violence. Community Violence Solutions, Contra Costa County officials, and numerous community-based partners to establish a multi-agency safety net for survivors of abuse. And
whereas achieved, she continued to expand and strengthen the family justice partnership, ensuring Richmond police officers were exemplary collaborators who connected victims to services, embraced training on emergency issues, and implemented innovative approaches to victim support. And
Whereas Chief French also helped found the Richmond Task Force to End Gender-Based Violence, uniting community organizations, advocates, survivors, and county partners to develop solutions and lead a comprehensive effort to prevent and end gender-based violence in Richmond. And okay, sure. Whereas Chief French has been a steadfast advocate for human dignity and the sanctity of life, including a training module for new and continuing officers shaped by the officer-involved shooting of P.D. Perez, featuring a video of P.D.'s mother speaking about her loss, to emphasize the value of every life, the lifelong impact of violence on families, and the critical importance of restraint and accountability.
whereas Chief French is a member of the Guardians of Justice, the historic group of the Black Richmond police officers who confronted racism and corruption, and her leadership has carried forward their legacy of courage, reform, and moral clarity. And
whereas she has represented the city of Richmond, of course, I lost my place. She has represented the city of Richmond and policing professional in the policing profession with distinction at the regional and national levels, including service in the Community Policing Committee for the International Association for Chiefs of Police, and on the boards of the Contra Costa County Youth Services Bureau and the Richmond Police Activities League. And want to read one? So this one.
whereas Chief French's academic accomplishments, including a Bachelor of Arts in Public Administration, a Master's degree in Human Resource Management, and completion of the Police Executive Research Firm's Senior Management Institute for Police, SMIP, have informed her thoughtful, strategic, and people-centered approach to leadership. And
Whereas a proud Richmond resident, devoted spouse, and mother of three, Chief French has remained deeply rooted in the well being of the community she serves, dedicating her career to building a safer, more just, and compassionate Richmond for us all.
Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Richmond City Council on December 16, 2025, does hereby honor Chief Bisa French for her extraordinary achievements, trailblazing leadership, and profound contributions to public safety, community well-being, and justice in the city of Richmond, and hereby presents her with the key to the city in recognition of her exemplary legacy. And with this key, we honor a woman who has unlocked possibilities for women of color in law enforcement and has opened doors for generations to come. Be it further resolved that the city extends its deepest gratitude to Chief Bisa French for her decades of exemplary service and lasting legacy, and wishes her continued success and fulfillment in all future endeavors.
Thank you. First, I want to thank the City Council, Vice Mayor, for acknowledging me tonight. It's been a long 28 years, but a very great 28 years. I never, when I took on the position of a police officer here in the city of Richmond, I never dreamed of being the chief of police here. I want to say it just happened, but a lot of things happened for me to get here. First of all, I have a department of amazing people that truly care about this community. Another one that you'll see, I think, a little later, Chach, Ms. Canello, who's being honored tonight, too, for her 33 years of service. So congratulations. But the men and women of this department really care about this city. They care about dropping crime, which is evident, and the reduction of homicides that we've had. I've been blessed to lead this department when we've had the lowest amount of homicides on record this year. We have 4 homicides, which I know is too many, but that pales in comparison to the 50 homicides we had when I started here. I want to thank my family. My husband and my boys aren't here tonight. They're out of town. But my parents, were both here tonight, that supported me when I was a young single mother starting this career and needed them to watch my young son just to get through the academy, get through those night shifts and all the shift work, the holidays that were spent at work and not with them and not with my family, my daughter, just my husband, my kids, my daughter that, suffered as this profession demands a lot of our attention. And we aren't there for the holidays, and we're not there for special occasions.
And I know that takes a toll on our families, and we don't quite realize it when it's happening because we're engrossed in the work. But they're the ones that really truly pay the price. And so I just want to say thank you for supporting me. MLT, our management leadership team, it's been wonderful working with you all. Again, a lot of great people that work across this city. We don't always agree in city council. We don't always agree on how things should get done across this city. But one thing that we can all agree on is that we love this city. We want to serve this community, and we're going to do our very best to make sure that our residents, including myself, get the best. And so thank you all for everything that you do.
Thanks so much, Chief. I know that the proclamation says that you helped open the door, but I think it was more like kicking the door open for everyone. So thank you so much. Thank you. All right, we don't give out too many of those, so now everyone knows. If you want one of those keys, you got to try it. Try all the doors and see. I think it helps open the hearts of all the community members. All right. Madam Clerk, can you tell us which item is next?
Or the first item.
Oh, perfect. Thank you.
Okay, Cordell Hindler and Patricia Perez.
Well, since you're standing, so good evening, Vice Mayor Cepeda, council members. I was exactly where I was at 2.5 months ago when I got my proclamation, but it's not about me, but it's all about the chief now. So you have done so much for our community, and it's like, I mean, it's gonna take me some time to get used to your new position as executive director, but you have come a long way, and I mean it. You have come a long way. From captain to chief of police, I'm like, wow, you have really done it all. So I just want to congratulate you, and you ain't going nowhere. I told you, it'll take like a herd of elephants to drag you out, but you just going up just up the street. So I mean, and I mean sincerely, every month I go to the CPRC meetings and I always complain about what's going on McDonald Avenue. So now that I have to get used to your successor, predecessor, whatever we want to call it, now I'm going to have to talk with him. So now you ain't going so far. So congratulations on your proclamation. And I'm just going to give my time to Patricia.
I came because I want to thank Bisa French, the Richmond Chief of Police, for the past several years for her noticeable care and concern in the sad loss of our only grandson, Petey Perez, who was killed for no reason by former Richmond police officer Wallace Jensen on Sunday, September 14, 2014, 11 years ago now. You implemented cultural competency training in 2023 using Petey's case as the training example. Our family appreciates all that you have done. You have been a really great chief of police, and you will be missed. We wish you a happy future going forward. That's it.
Okay, our next item is item P8E, proclamation recognizing long-serving retiring employee Mary Phelps, Robert Chalamindos, and Laura Canello.
Will the three individuals please join us? And then you want to We'll see which one goes first.
Is it Chaludos?
Whereas proclamation honoring the retirement of Robert Chelemendos and recognizing 126 years of Chelemendos family service to the city of Richmond. Whereas the city of Richmond proudly recognizes Robert Chelemendos on the occasion of his retirement on December 31st, 2025, culminating a distinguished 35 years, 8 months, and 8 days of dedicated public service. And whereas Robert Chelemendos began his city career on April 23, 1990, and throughout his tenure served in numerous essential classifications, including Maintenance Worker 1, Maintenance Worker 2, Collection System Maintenance Worker, Equipment Operator, Collection System Lead Worker, Maintenance Lead Worker, Construction and Maintenance Supervisor, and ultimately Streets Maintenance Superintendent.
Whereas the Chelemendos family has a remarkable and unmatched history of service to the city of Richmond, maintaining continuous family employment from 1943 through 2025 for an uninterrupted 82 years of service, spanning multiple generations and contributing to the city's operational strength, reliability, and commitment to public service. And whereas Robert Chelemendos is the third-generation member of a family whose dedication to Richmond public service is both exemplary and historic, and whose cumulative service totals 126 years and, should I pass it on?
Whereas the Chelemendos family legacy includes George Chelemendos, grandfather, served from May 16th, 1943 to May 26, 1968, contributing 25 years and 10 days of service to the Richmond Fire Department, retiring as a Chief of Richmond Fire Engineer. Nick Chelemendos, great-uncle, served from December 1949 to January 1987, contributing 37 years and 1 month in multiple key classifications, including laborer, truck driver, equipment operator, street supervisor, construction and maintenance foreman, and construction and maintenance supervisor. Robert G. Chelemendos, father, served from December 1975 to May 2004, contributing 28 years and 6 months as maintenance worker 1, maintenance worker 2, equipment operator, and maintenance lead worker.
Robert Chelemendos is self-serving from April 23rd, 1990 to December 31st, 2025, contributing 35 years, 8 months, and 8 days across numerous essential classifications and culminating in service as a street maintenance superintendent. And whereas the combined commitment of these 4 members of the Chelemendos family represents an extraordinary 126 years of continuous public service to the city of Richmond, a legacy unparalleled in duration, dedication, and multi-generational civic contribution. And
Whereas Robert Chelemendos has trained the next generation of successful public works maintenance leaders and departs the city in excellent hands.
Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council together do hereby honor Robert Chelemendos on the occasion of his retirement, express our profound appreciation for his decades of local and exceptional service, and formally recognize the Chelemendos family's 82 years of continuous service and combined 126-year legacy of commitment to the city of Richmond. Thank you so much for all your service. See, when we say here in Richmond, we work as a family, you see why, right? Keeping in the family. All right, next up.
Proclamation recognizing the service and retirement of Mary Phelps. Whereas Mary Phelps began her remarkable career with the City of Richmond on December 9, 1991, joining the Richmond Public Works Department as an industrial waste inspector assigned to the wastewater treatment plant, marking the beginning of more than 3 decades of dedicated public service. And whereas after 18 months of dedicated service enforcing the municipal code for the city's industrial wastewater dischargers, she was promoted to Senior Industrial Waste Inspector, reflecting her strong technical expertise and commitment to regulatory compliance. And
Whereas Mary expanded her expertise by working closely with the wastewater treatment plant superintendent to understand budgets, finance, and enterprise fund operations, later becoming a key member to the finance department on wastewater bonds, debt service, and major funding initiatives. This work earned her promotion to senior administrative analyst and positioned her as a central figure in the long-term financial stewardship of the wastewater and stormwater systems. And whereas Mary strengthened her understanding of the capital improvement program and its connection to wastewater and stormwater operations, improving coordination with Viola's work, and her continued excellence led to her promotion to project manager, where she oversaw the wastewater and stormwater enterprise programs and provided steady leadership through operational and regulatory transitions. And
I'm going to freestyle. Whereas I got the profound opportunity to share just a little bit of time with this incredible woman who is so resilient, so steadfast, so clear, so no taking any BS. And fighting for our city, we really have been blessed to have your wisdom. Thank you so much. Whereas, recognizing a need for the strong oversight in the environmental compliance program, Mary assumed the program manager duties to maintain regulatory compliance and was later promoted to the Water Resource Division manager, serving as a stabilizing force, trusted advisor, and
The same like Councilmember Robinson. Plus, whereas throughout her 34 years of exemplary service, Mary has brought outstanding professionalism, dedication, and expertise to numerous departments within the City of Richmond, including engineering, planning, finance, the City Attorney's Office, information technology, and the City Manager's Office, demonstrating exceptional cross-departmental leadership and collaboration, and
Whereas Mary has demonstrated unwavering commitment to the mission of the Public Works Department, serving the Water Resource Recovery Division with distinction, providing exceptional support to managers, staff, and residents, and standing as a model of public service, excellence, and integrity, with institutional knowledge that strengthened the city's environmental stewardship and operational resilience.
And whereas Mary's work ethic, deep knowledge, and warm spirit have left an enduring and positive impact on her colleagues, the department, and the entire Richmond community, making her a trusted mentor, collaborator, and friend, whose presence will be deeply missed, but whose legacy will continue to guide the division for years to come. Now therefore be it proclaimed, the City Council do hereby commend Mary Phelps for her 34 years of distinguished and dedicated service to the City of Richmond. And in sub job places, you don't want people talking bad stuff, but Mary spent all this time talking stuff. She was good at it. All right, next up.
Proclamation recognizing the service and retirement of Laura Canelo Tirado. Whereas Laura Canelo Tirado has been a steadfast, dedicated pillar of the Richmond Police Department's Communication Center for over 33 years. Her exceptional service, professionalism, and unwavering commitment to the community have made her an invaluable part of the RPD family. Whereas Ms. Laura Canelo Tirado began her career at the Richmond Police Department on May 10, 1992. She retired on December 3, 2025.
Whereas Laura Canelo Tirado was known as dispatcher number 1183 to the community. She was affectionately referred to as Charge by her friends and coworkers. Whereas Laura's work ethic and dedication to the communication center and the city of Richmond was second to none. She was a part of the crisis negotiations team as well as a tactical dispatcher for the special response team. Dispatcher Canelo Tirado continuously attended training sessions to maintain professional expertise and remained readily available for any unexpected call-outs. She was also a communication training officer and an active participant in the communications training program.
Whereas Laura continued to be a mentor and a positive role model amongst her peers and could be relied upon to achieve results even when confronted with major responsibilities and limited resources throughout her tenure. Laura retired as a dispatcher 3 classification.
Whereas, and in the past 12 months alone, dispatcher Canelo Tirado worked a total of 820.32 hours of overtime. She contributed 455.55 hours as an acting supervisor and dedicated a total of 456.40 hours as a communication training officer. She answered a total of 15,671 phone calls with a 10-second ring time. Laura was consistently on time and was often willing to take on additional duties when needed without hesitation.
Whereas dispatcher Canelo Tirado always remained professional with citizens, regardless of the nature of the incident. She is a Spanish speaker and was eager to assist Spanish-speaking citizens. This allowed officers to have the most accurate information available to them in a timely manner while providing a smooth customer service experience to our Hispanic community.
Whereas Laura consistently worked at a stellar level and took pride in her career with the Richmond Police Department. She was a strong supporter of all organizational programs and activities and often encouraged loyalty and dedication within her peers. She set the standard for hard work and dedication. Her knowledge, longevity, and professionalism made her a positive mentor and role model and kept with the highest traditions of public safety service provided by the Richmond Police Department. Now, therefore be it resolved that the City Council do hereby honor Laura Canelo Tirado on the occasion of her retirement, express our profound appreciation for her decades of local and exceptional service, occasion of her retirement, express our profound appreciation for her decades of local and exceptional service. Thank you so much. If we can have one more big round of applause, if you all step forward a little more, you've earned it. Thank you. Now, if anyone's looking for a job, we've got 3 positions that are open. All right, Madam Clerk, we go on to the next item, please.
Okay. Our next item is open forum. An open forum is an opportunity to address the council. Hold on one second.
Everyone, thank you so much for coming out and wanting to celebrate our 3 amazing retirees. We have a lot of space in the lobby. If you guys can please head out and keep it quiet, please. We have to continue the meeting. Thank you so much.
Continue the meeting.
All right, go ahead, Madam Clerk. All right.
All right.
Everyone, please head out. You can continue outside. Thank you.
Our next item is open forum. An open forum is an opportunity to address the council on items that remain on the consent calendar or items that are not on the agenda. During open forum, dialogue between the council and speaker is prohibited. Tonight, we have 9 in-person speakers. If there's anyone joining us online that would like to address the council during open forum, please raise your hand at this time. Okay, we'll start with the in-person speakers and then we'll move to the online speakers. When your name is called, please come forward and line up behind the speaker's podium. When you are called to address the council, state your name and your city of residence is optional. Please terminate your address to the council when your time expires. Each speaker will be allowed up to 2 minutes to address the council. The City of Richmond welcomes your comments and requests that you present your remarks in a respectful and appropriate manner within the established 2-minute time limit. And just as a reminder, item PF4, Neighborhood Public Art Mini Grant Award Selection for fiscal year 25-26. Port of Richmond, item P4C, Port of Richmond Enterprise Fund Financial Overview. Item P7B, Evaluation Report by West Ed on the Richmond Fund for Children and Youth. And let's see. I believe those are the only items that have been removed from the consent calendar for discussion. If you want to speak on those items, you have to wait until those items are called for discussion. The speakers are Cordell Hindler, Najib Onagard, Maria Gutierrez, Janice Haugen, Claudia Citrin, Juan Morello, Ruth Dinan, Mark Wasberg, Jamin Purcell, Faiza Ayad. And Samantha, what's the last name? Torres.
So, good evening, Vice Mayor Cepeda, Council. For the record, I am Cordell Henler, and I'm a Richmond resident. So, you remember you said earlier that you were expecting one of these chocolates, but I did presented you all some workforce report from NeoGov, because if you recall at the September meeting that you asked for the data to show what vacancy rates by department. So I think there's your answer right there in the workforce report. So I provided some copies for you all, and I give it to the clerk so you can take a look at it. So that's one. And then for a future agenda is for the last Tuesday in January is to invite the folks from Bike East Bay to present to us on their programs and what their plans are, like to increase more ridership, for people that ride bikes. So I figured that's appropriate. So that's one. And then the last item is, no, next to last item is approve the MOUs, because the unions have come this far. So now it's on the consent calendar. So now the ball is in your court. So I am begging you to approve these MOUs so the staff can have a joyful Christmas with their families. And then finally, if you remember what I said, Salesian College Preparatory, they did their service day back in the spring. So I'm thinking to myself, they should be acknowledged because all these hard work that these young people have done, they've done it all. And so it got me thinking, it's like Salesian should be right here at a future meeting so they can get acknowledged for all the hard work because nobody has not heard anything good about Salesian, but I'm the only one that saw it. So I'm putting a request to have Salesian College Prep to get a proclamation at a later time. So that's it.
Najib Anagar. Maria Gutierrez.
Okay. Ready. Good evening, City Council members. My name is Mary Gutierrez, and I am a Richmond resident. I'm here tonight as a daughter, a sister, and a mother. Recently, my family was violently attacked in broad daylight. It was life-threatening and deeply traumatic. It happened in a residential area where families should be feeling safe. This was not an isolated incident. For years, residents have attended meetings, raised concerns about harassment, criminal activity, and fear connected to ongoing prostitution-related activity in our neighborhood. We have spoken up, we have asked for help, yet night after night, police drive by and nothing changes. This is not about blaming exploited women. This is about public safety and residents being placed at a risk in their own communities. I have children. I fear for their safety every time my family comes home. No family should have to live like this. I have contacted city leadership and I am documenting what is happening. Tonight, I am asking for action, not sympathy. Action means real enforcement. Action means safety for residents. Action means that families matter. If this can happen in broad daylight, it could happen to anyone. Please do not wait until someone is seriously harmed to act. Thank you for listening.
Janice Haugen.
Good evening, Vice Mayor Zepeda and members of the City Council. I'm Janice Haugan. I'm a member of local and state groups working to stop the use of illegal fireworks. I'm here to talk about air pollution from illegal fireworks. As you know, fireworks originated in China and were part of cultural traditions there for millennia. China also manufactures 99% of fireworks used in the United States. Yet, within China, over 400 cities have banned them, including large cities like Beijing and Shanghai. Why? Because of the air pollution they create. Fireworks are a source of aerosols, sulfur dioxide, nitrogen oxide, carbon monoxide, and particulate matter, along with the minuscule metal particles like aluminum, manganese, cadmium, copper, strontium, lithium, and barium that produce the fireworks colors. These metal particles and harmful toxic chemicals remain in the air, resulting in air pollution. These particles can enter the respiratory tract, irritating people with respiratory diseases such as asthma, COPD, and bronchitis. On July 4th in the East Bay, the purple air PM2 readings were in the red from all the illegal fireworks air pollution. As you've heard many times before, 1 in 4 Richmond residents has asthma. If China can change its fireworks culture, so can Richmond. Illegal fireworks are polluting the air we breathe. Please enact a tougher ordinance to deter their use. Thank you for listening.
Our next speaker is Claudia Citron. And will the following individuals please line up behind the speaker's podium? Juan Morello, Ruth Dinan, Mark Wasberg, Jamin Purcell, Faiza Ayad, and Samantha Torres. Claudia.
Okay. I'm waiting for it to start.
Oh, you start talking now before I hit the
So
button.
the council meeting agendas are continue to be chaotic, unreliable, and complicated and overloaded. I hope you get back to 3 meetings per month. I tried to read all the agenda points because I tried to pull items and I got frustrated after 1 hour. So you put over 20 items into a single vote, reducing meeting times, limiting public discussion, no meaningful reviews. If you discuss them outside public meetings or not at all. Meetings, the failed deadline for the Marina housing project is one. All are systematic violations of the Brown Act and the public's constitutional right to transparent governance. Residents submitted grievances, raised concerns for months, yet you continue, no correction. This is a willful disregard of statutory obligations. Council members who were under investigation or are under investigation, and the mayor who demonstrates his inability to understand, apply, or enforce basic council rules or procedures underscores his functional incapacity to lawfully preside. As a result, defective process and unlawful approvals. I just want to say there was a banned vape products were stolen by an employee. He sold them on the streets and the shooting happened. This is not because the police is understaffed. This is because you don't enforce vape shops. It's not mismanagement, it's a pattern of willful disregard of open meeting laws, public safety obligations, and democratic accountability. We demand compliance with the law, transparent decision-making, and the basic protection which we are legally entitled to. Thank you.
Juan Morello.
Good evening, City Council. Good evening, members of the audience. My name is Juan Murillo. I am a concerned citizen of what's been going on in my neighborhood in regards to prostitution, soliciting of drugs, speeding, lack of lighting. I'm born and raised in this area, reside in the home that I was basically born in. I'm 45 years old. But I seem to have seen a lot of negligence and correspondence from the city in regards to what my neighbor spoke about earlier and how her family was attacked. And we know that that's been an ongoing issue, and we know that these situations have been addressed, and it's been not brought to nobody's attention. It's almost like there's been a Band-Aid put over the situation, right? And they kind of just coddle us and tell us, hey, you know, the situation's gonna be taken care of, and we'll do our best. But, you know, walks like a duck, talks like a duck, you call it a duck. Everybody knows what's going on, especially on McBride on 24th and on 23rd in the legal solicitation, right? And the unwanted attention that it brings on. There's a lot of hardworking families there, a lot of kids. You know, I'm a proud union member, ironwork out of 378. Proud worker out of Chevron when I have an opportunity to work there with Biggie Crane. I love my community, I love my city, right? First generation born here, immigrant also too, bilingual, you know, and what I'm saying is that we are being neglected, you know, and the situation that happened to my neighbor was uncalled for because those things could have been mitigated. Improper lighting on the corner. Yes, there's these 2 devices that are supposed to track the amount of traffic that goes through there, but there still is no correspondence from law enforcement. I know they must have their hands tied, and I know my time is up, but
Your
we
time is
really need your
expired.
guys' help. We really need your guys' help because it's really,
Your time
really
is
hard for us.
expired, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ruth Dinan.
Good evening. My name is Ruthie Deneen. I'm going to speak on item P.4G, the contract amendments for East Bay Center, NIAD, and RAC. I am the executive director at East Bay Center. I've worked there for over 16 years as staff, faculty member, and a licensed clinical social worker. It has been my immense honor to work in a city with such a deep commitment and legacy to the arts. At East Bay Center, we serve over 4,000 students a year, tuition free. No student needs to pay to take a class. With 400 at our main site and over 25 public performances annually, including events like our Downtown Holiday Festival, which happened just last week. At the festival, we brought 500 children in to visit Santa and Mrs. Claus, receive goodie bags with partner resource tables, the mobile vendor program trucks outside, and see our ensembles perform throughout the building, including the Richmond Nutcracker. We did this in collaboration with Richmond Main Street. Tonight, I want to thank the City Council and City staff for your longtime commitment to the arts and East Bay Center. Our annual budget is $5 million, with the majority of funding coming from foundations, which is hard work. We currently receive no federal or state funding. This is new, making our local government funding even more critical. We need to ensure that our 65+ classes and regular programs continue, with funding tighter and tighter and waitlists longer and longer, with over 250 students currently on our waitlist for the spring. These city funds are essential. And lastly, I just want to thank you for support for initiatives such as Richmond Arts Corridor. We're so excited for this work. We're collectively energized and inspired and very committed. And lastly, I just want to thank you all for everything that you do here in Richmond and showing up to the events like Downtown Holiday Festival. We're so thankful.
Mark Wasberg.
Between the years 2004 and 2025, 290 blacks murdered by blacks, 1 white, 6 Latinos. In 2007, there was 47 homicides. 2009, 47 homicides. French doesn't know what she's talking about. I told you 3 months ago, don't believe the city council, don't believe the Richmond PD when they talk about the homicide rate. I know, I saved every newspaper clipping you can think of since 2004. I was there when it all first started. Iron Triangle, North Richmond, and the South Side. This is why you had all the black ministers and reverends protesting Tent City, Operation Richmond, the Black Crime Summit, and all the others. The reason why you have a low homicide rate is the black criminals are killing each other out. This is no joke. You can't prove me wrong. Hopefully, I gave Joel my documentary. He was impressed seeing it. And this is no joke. This is what the black community is doing. In probably another couple years, you'll probably have 0 homicides until the gangsters kill each other out. You people wasn't even around during that time. I was there. I seen the bloodshed. I seen the woman crying on her son when she was laying in the ground. His name was Lazy. He got smoked down there on 6th and Chancellor. I was right there. I got there right when the police got there. And I seen many other homicides when this one guy got his head blown off. And I filmed it. He was staring me right in the face. So don't, like I said, again, don't believe the city council, don't believe the Richmond PD, because there was never 50 homicides during the years that I mentioned.
Jamin Purcell.
First, I want to thank the Vice Mayor and Dr. Brown for honoring our transgender siblings lost to violence and continue to promote acceptance of those who may not be like us, to support a community targeted more and more now than ever, and to stand up to stop violence. Tonight, we honored Chief Bisa French and lifted up a career defined by integrity, accountability, and community engagement, and a deep respect for human dignity. We spoke about leadership that values life and builds trust, and asks officers who carried enormous responsibility to care and with restraint and compassion. And if that is the standard we expect for our public safety professionals, we must meet that with the same level of respect in return. We cannot ask for dedication, excellence, and community-centered policing while leaving employees without contracts. This applies to all city workers. That includes our police officers, our fire department, and especially as we are entering into this holiday season. Contracts provide stability, dignity, and the ability for people to plan for their families. They are a basic sign that we value the people who serve this city every day. The chief's legacy shows us that a strong, ethical public safety is built on respect, accountability, and investment in people. If we want dedicated officers and firefighters who are rooted in this community and committed for the long haul, we must treat them with fairness and meet them in good faith. If we ask for accountability, it must be shown. I please urge you to finalize contracts and to show action that Richmond values those who serve it. Thank you.
Faiza Ayad.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. My name is Faiza. I live in Al Saredo. I just wanted to say a few things. I know it's not the time, but I wanted to mention that as you all seen on TV yesterday and the day before and the day before, so many shootings going on in the world, and the only one was mentioned is the one anti-Semitic and terrorist. Other shootings, gunmen, mentally sick. I am so sick of all these words. We need to pay attention. The media it doesn't say the truth and manipulate people and brainwash people because they want to target Muslim people in general and Islam. I just want to let everyone know Islam is not going anywhere. We're going to stay here until the end of the life, whether you like it or not. For all the haters out there, we are going to stay here. And we're going to try to make a better humanity on this earth. And I mean it when I say that. Because as we always say in my country, everything made in China, man made in Palestine. Thank you.
Our last in-person speaker is Samantha Torres, and if there's anyone joining us online that would like to address the council under open forum, raise your hand at this time, please. Samantha Torres.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and staff. My name is Samantha Torres, and I serve as the Vice Chair of the Recreation and Parks Commission. In July of 2023, the youth soccer community came before you to ask for investment. At the time, the city's own parks analysis documented a shortage of 22 soccer fields just to meet basic service levels. Since then, we have not added a single new soccer field. Instead, the city continues to rely on community organizations and volunteers to operate in spaces that are not designed, regulated, or consistently safe for soccer. The only regulation soccer field at MLK Park was unusable for 2 months due to damage and vandalism. As a result, the city canceled its middle school soccer league, impacting more than 200 kids. Yes, there are plans and ideas to address this shortage. Shield Reed Park Field is moving forward. But we don't need Band-Aid solutions. We need a real investment and a clear game plan. By 2026, realistically, we will have one additional soccer field after decades of advocacy. And 2026 matters. Yeah, it's an election year, but more importantly, the U.S. is hosting the FIFA World Cup, bringing global attention, economic opportunity, and renewed excitement around soccer. The question is whether Richmond's youth will be included in that moment or left out again. What we need is a long-term solution, a sports complex, and real partnerships with the East Bay Regional Parks District and Contra Costa County, not these one-off temporary fixes. As a volunteer coach and high school teacher, I see the impact of sports on our youth every single day. Richmond United Soccer Club was recognized by this council in 2024 for its role in crime prevention through youth sports. But we don't want pretty words or certificates. We want action. We need you to invest in our kids. Please direct your staff to pursue a sports complex with soccer fields. Thank you for your time, and I wish you all happy and restful holidays.
Okay, that was our last in-person speaker. Now we'll move to the online speakers. We have 6 speakers.
Okay, and the six speakers are Arlade Santos, Amanda Eicher, Tarnell Abbott, Lynn Terrell, Michael Mejia, and Benjamin Terrell. Arlade Santos, you will have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hello, council members. My name is Arlady Santos, and I serve as the chair of the Arts and Culture Commission. And I would like to call your attention to two important items on tonight's agenda. The first item, it is a grant recommendations, which Nanette will be presenting. Those recommendations were developed and collected by the full commission using clear and transparent scoring process. And our goal was to thoughtful and welcome new artists and supporting diversity arts in our community. The second item, it is in support of the visual artists of Richmond group. Those arts, the artists are asking for equity, inclusion, and justice in arts. And those values, I stand, and they have my full support on those requests. Arts, I just would like to remind that art, it is essential to our culture. It is essential to our community healing and belonging. When we support our artists in a fair way, we invest in the soul of our city. So thank you so much for your time and for your continued support on the arts and in our city. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Amanda Eicher. Amanda, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to address the council and community on consent agenda item P4G. My name is Amanda Eicher, and I'm the Executive Director of Naiad Arts Center, the only disability arts program providing services in Contra Costa County, serving 80 adult artists, employing 37 working artists, and providing programming for the wider community. In addition to our studio and community program for young adults and adults with intellectual developmental disabilities, our inclusive public gallery has provided commissions to more than 175 local and contemporary artists each year. We are here to thank the city for its commitment to the arts in Richmond. In the past year, NIAB predicted a $50,000 revenue shortfall due to changes in public funding, and in reality, that shortfall has doubled. In the coming year, we're projecting $150,000 in revenue decrease due to federal changes, but we may again see that this number is in reality much larger. Simultaneously, we face the same inflation we all face as individuals without a built-in mechanism to cover rising costs for staffing, materials, and overhead in a time when we're providing basic necessities such as food to a disabled population whose uncertainty has grown immeasurably over the past year. City arts funding ensures that disabled artists continue to thrive in Richmond, but also that our staff, families, and community continue to grow in creativity and access. This is only amplified through the Neighborhood Public Arts Grants, the Richmond Renaissance Project, and the support visual artists of Richmond bring to artists in Richmond at large. Thank you for ensuring that Richmond remains a destination for arts, culture, and history. Your commitment to the arts is making immeasurable differences in the lives of Richmond residents. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Tarnell Abbott. Tarnell, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening, Tarnell Abbott, Richmond resident. Tonight I'm speaking as a chairperson for the Richmond Regla Friendship Committee. We have essentially a sister city in Cuba, and it's called. And I just want to highlight a few of the things that we've done in the last couple of years. This year, we organized a reception for the Connect collection in City Council chambers, which are the artwork is currently in the council chambers on the wall for until next month. So thank you for having it there. In February, we gave a tour to the Human Relations Commission. In March, we purchased approximately 100 children's books in Spanish, which were subsequently delivered to the Provincial Library in Regla. In June, we worked with the mayor's office to write a proclamation and also to host the diplomats from the Cuban embassy in Washington, D.C. It was the first and second secretaries. And in September, we donated money to the Saving Lives campaign for pacemakers to hospitals in Cuba. In October, I attended a solidarity conference, Solidarity with Cuba conference in Mexico City, which was attended by 500 individuals from 30 different countries. And in November, we wrote a letter to the UN Office of the High Commissioner, Special Rapporteur on unilateral coercive measures, which she will be presenting her findings to the UN at some point, and her findings concur with us that we need to end the Cuba, remove it from the list of state sponsors of terrorism and the horrible
Your
economic.
time has expired. Thank you. And the next speaker is Lynn Terrio. Lynn, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. My name is Lynn Terrio. I'm not a relative of your police officer, and I'm a proud resident of Marina Bay, the jewel of Richmond. I'm here to talk today about the present city council and how it has totally dropped the ball when it comes to Marina Bay. First of all, was the ill-fated pickleball club at the Craneway. When it was put in the city, did nothing, and therefore we went for a long time with the monstrosity of the pickleball courts, and no other events were allowed to be in the Craneway. Luckily, the owner of the club left the city and everyone else high and dry, and the city is now responsible for the Craneway. Now we have come to the new development at Marina Bay. I believe it's called Marina Point. At a neighborhood council meeting, the consensus was that the new development was poorly planned and would be a terrible problem. Since that original meeting, there have been no meetings with the neighborhood council concerning changes in the plans. Then on Wednesday, we were told that the planners will be able to go ahead with their buildings, even though it will be a fire hazard since we have trains going through that area and blocking the roads. We will have parking problems because there is not any real parking to speak of at the development. The planned buildings are, to put it mildly, ugly. Where was the city council when all of this was going down? It's time now to put an end to this foolishness and figure a way to at least not allow the development that has been planned to go through. Thank you.
Thank you. And next speaker is Michael Mejia. Michael, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. This is Michael Mejia. I'm a Richmond resident up on Yuba Street. Good evening to all of you, the mayor and city council members and staff and the friends who have given their time to be with us.
I'm sorry, could you raise the volume? I hardly can hear.
I'm speaking into my computer as I normally do.
Yeah, I'm asking our staff to do something about it. KCRT, please.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Hello, hello, hello. Any luck? Hello. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3.
Go ahead, keep going.
Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1,
Much
2,
better.
3. Okay, good. Thank you. Anyhow, good evening. Michael Mejia from Yuba Street here in Richmond. I want to greet all the city council members and staff and the mayor and all the friends who have given their time to be with us. I wanted to acknowledge so many of the city folk who've worked with the Stop Illegal Fireworks group in support of solving the problem of illegal fireworks. On behalf of all concerned, I would like to thank City Council members and the mayor who've been committed to an education campaign and a cultural change. In particular, Sue Wilson and Soheila Bana have been very involved. Thanks to City Manager Sasha Curl for overall support and Craig Murray, the Development Project Manager. From the RPD, window and yard signs, Michelle Milan, Crime Prevention Manager. Thank you, Michelle. Our Public Works signs, and these are real dollar resources who worked with RPD and the fire department on a consistent coordinated message and placement, specifically Daniel Echevarria, Tawfik Halaby, and Darren Fitzpatrick. From the fire department, science and education at schools, Chief Aaron Osario and Fire Marshal Dante Wiley. From the RPD, drone enforcement, responding to calls, citations, communication, and filling in all the gaps. Thank you, Chief Bisa French, Captain John Lopez, Lieutenant Donald Decios, I beg your pardon, Donald Patchen, Chief and Staff, and a community processor for following through on citations. And this is really big. This puts some teeth into the work, Christina Hickey. And last but not least, all of the emergency dispatch folks who do this incredibly difficult job in real time. So thank you for that. This continues to be a significant problem. And I just want to thank everybody who's made such an effort.
Your time has expired. Thank you. And the next speaker is Benjamin Terrio. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening, Ben Terrio, President of the Richmond Police Officers Association. Good evening, Mayor and council members. I want to start by, first of all, saying, congratulations to the city workers, their long careers, and it's nice to see a proclamation for them to get recognized for all their years of service. It's also nice to finally see council member Sue Wilson read a proclamation actually honoring a police officer, not something that we see often enough. So it's good to see. Officers notice it, the community notices it. But, recognition has to be matched with action, and that's where the city continues to fall short. We're still dealing with the unresolved illegitimate delay in the returning Officer Stocking and Officer Remick to full duty. There's no sound operational, legal, administrative reason to keep them out this long. The continued sidelining of these officers harms morale, damages our staffing capacity, and undermines the stability in the department. When investigations are complete, administration understands that and knows that these are essentially leave of absences that are punitive without authority. It's not legitimate. It's not due process, and certainly doesn't help serve the people of Richmond. Meanwhile, our staffing crisis deepens. Officers do more with less. Calls for service continue. Violent incidents continue. The other day, we had a shooting at the Greenwood Academy, where it actually shut down, patrol resources for almost 3 hours. Council's aware of that. Lots of people are aware of that, but no one talks about it. A man came through with a AR-15 rifle, shot up the side of the school. We continue to have staffing issues. We have 11 cops on injury leave, 2 on light duty, 4 on administrative leave, 6 in the police academy, and 5 in the field training program. That leaves only 89 total officers available, 77 officers that are officers and sergeants, 9 lieutenants, 2 captains, and 1 chief. So that's about 89, 90 folks who are serving the city, which should
Time has expired. Thank you. And that was the last public speaker.
Our next item is approval of the, successor agency to the Richmond Community Redevelopment Agency consent calendar. There's one item on that agenda.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, do we have a motion to approve the consent calendar for the successor agency?
I move to approve the successor.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
I seconded.
All right, Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
It's a motion by Councilmember Brown, second by Councilmember Bana to approve item 01. Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Bana,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson,
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Zepeda,
Yes.
and Mayor Martinez is absent. The motion passes with Mayor Martinez absent. Okay. Next item is approval of the City Council consent calendar. And as a reminder, item R1, State of the City Address, has been moved to the consent calendar, so it will be included in this vote. Items P4F, that's the Neighborhood Public Art Mini Grant Award Selection for fiscal year 25-26. Item P4C, Port of Richmond Enterprise Fund Financial Overview. And item P7B, Evaluation Report by West Ed on the Richmond Fund for Children and Youth. Those items will not be included in this vote.
And then we have one that's continued.
Yes, item P4A was continued to, and that is the contract with Left Tech Consultants, Inc. That will be continued to January of 2026.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, do we have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
I move to approve the consent calendar.
Thank you. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I second. Oh, go ahead. I second.
Okay. That was a motion by Councilmember Robinson, a second by Councilmember Brown. Councilmember Brown.
Yes.
Councilmember Bonner.
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson.
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Zepeda.
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez is absent. The motion passes with Mayor Martinez absent.
And Madam Clerk, before we move to budget session, I just want to point out for those in the public, if you look to your right hand or your left hand side, the screen over there, we're testing out a pilot that is translating, and you see the script there, but it's in English and in Spanish, so we're testing that out. Madam Clerk, do you want to tell us a little bit about it?
Well, KCRT is testing this out for us this evening. We're hoping to bring Wordly AI to City Council sometime in January. It will be translation from English to Spanish first. Individuals will be able to use their own devices. We'll have a QR code. You can hook up to that. And that's about it for right now. We're excited about it. What did he say?
And so we continue trying to be inclusive so that way people can, if they're here and they're able to read, they're able to see the two languages there.
Okay.
Thank you. Now with that, we'll go over to the budget session Q1.
Item Q1 is fiscal year 24-25 quarter 4 financial report and administrative budget adjustments. It is to receive the fiscal year 24-25 quarter 4 report for the period of July 1, 2024 through June 30th of 2025. Adopt a resolution to appropriate proposed administrative year-end budget adjustments in fiscal year 24-25 and adopt a resolution to appropriate unspent funds in fiscal year 25-26. If there's anyone joining us online that would like to address the council on this item, please raise your hand at this time. We do have one in-person speaker when it's time.
Perfect. We'll go on to
Good
staff.
evening, Vice Mayor, members of the Richmond City Council, Shasa Curl, Richmond City Manager. This evening, I'd like to introduce Director Combs, our new Finance Director. This is her first presentation to the council, and so I'd like to welcome her and introduce her to the Richmond community. I'd also like to thank all of the other staff that have been involved with the Q4 financial report and proposed budget adjustments. Mubin Carter, Deputy Director of Finance, Jerry Gruhl, County Manager, and Tony Banuelos, a county manager, and many of the other staff that you see here this evening who all contributed to the development of the budget item. What's very important about this item this evening and why we thank you for hearing it at this time is that it is very important that the City Council accept this item and take action in order for the city to complete its fiscal year 24-25 audit. What will happen next is we will return once the audit is completed in early January or February 2026 with the final audit and final numbers to close out last fiscal year. And so with that, I want to remind the council that the numbers presented to you this evening are preliminary There are always additional adjustments that occur as a result of the audit, and I appreciate that everyone understands that we've been balancing a multitude of priorities, and I want to thank everyone for the good work that they've done. And the appropriations requested and recommended by staff for the remaining approximately $4.6 million. Those recommendations are a result of projects being shovel-ready, where we know that there are gaps in funding, where we'd like to bid projects and where we have good positive momentum going with the respective staff, and they're able to quickly take action. And so these are high priority items, and we look forward to receiving your input this evening. And we understand that you have a number of presentations this evening, so we're going to be very concise throughout the presentation and look forward to answering any questions. Thank you. And with that, I turn it over to Director Combs. KCRT, please put up the slide deck.
All right, next slide, please. So here is our overview of what we'll be covering tonight. We'll have some recommended actions. We'll be covering what's on our fiscal horizon and our long-term financial outlook. We'll look at our general fund reserve and our unspent funds, as well as our general fund revenue and expenditure. Again, projections, these are preliminary, and our non-general fund revenues and expenditures, our proposed budget adjustments, and unspent funds appropriations. We'll also cover next steps, and we'll cover questions.
Emily, excuse me. Can you turn your mic up a little bit on the side?
Oh, that's what Mabine's here for. Thank you. Next slide, please. So you're looking at our recommended actions, which are on your agenda report tonight, to receive the fiscal year 24-25 quarter 4 report for the period of July 1st, 2024 through June 30th, 2025. Adopt a resolution to appropriate proposed administrative year-end budget adjustments for fiscal year 24-25, and adopt a resolution to appropriate unspent funds in fiscal year 25-26. Next slide, please. So what is on the fiscal horizon, our long-term financial outlook? So our current financial position is we've adopted a balanced budget for 25-26, demonstrating sound fiscal management. We do have a 5-year capital improvement plan that is in place, but funding gaps still remain, which we'll cover a little bit later. We have some key long-term liabilities. All of these items are based on our latest actuarial reports, so they are expected to change. They are expected to grow. Our current CalPERS pension UAL, or unfunded accrued liability, is at $352.2 million. Our unfunded capital needs, as last reported, is $901.2 million, and that's across infrastructure across all facilities. And our other post-employment benefits liability is at $63.4 million for retiree healthcare obligations. So our current cost pressures are really, right now we're seeing in CalPERS our health premiums. We saw an 8.21% increase in 2026, which is quite significant. We've been seeing pretty significant increases for the past couple of years. Federal policy changes could increase these rates going forward, like the loss of our Affordable Care Act subsidies, Medicaid cuts, and just overall reduced federal funding support for health programs. So those could increase our rates. In terms of external risks, federal funding volatility, that could potentially impact our federally funded grants and our programs. But our response is that we are proactively addressing long-term financial sustainability by prioritizing capital projects through a new evaluation framework, which was presented in spring of 2025. We're closely monitoring pension and healthcare cost trends, and we're definitely aligning our financial planning practices with best practices just to ensure our fiscal resilience going forward. Next slide, please. So I'll be providing a summary of the city's 24-25 general fund financial performance based on estimated year-end results. We'll review our reserve status and our estimated unspent funds, just based off of Q4. Again, this is preliminary. So the slide that you see here is a look at our general reserve. So as a reminder, the city's general fund reserve policy requires a minimum year-end reserve of 21% of next year's budgeted expenditures. So for 24-25, we began the year with a beginning fund balance of that $65.26 million that you see at the very top of the table. However, our target reserve at the very beginning of the year, based on our 24-25 adopted budget, was $52.3 million, based on the policy. So this meant that we had about $13 million above the target at the beginning of the fiscal year in unspent funds. Throughout the year, Council appropriated those funds, which we'll talk about a little bit later. But what you're looking at in the middle of the table are our projected actuals in both revenues and expenditures based on our Q4 review, which again is preliminary. So based on those estimates, we're estimating a deficit of approximately $3 million, which will change once the audit is completed, but at this point in time, decreases our fund balance or reserve down to that $62.19 million figure that you see there. But in addition to that, to ensure that we meet our new reserve target based off of our adopted 25-26 budget, we need to make sure that we have at least $2.3 million set aside of whatever is left over at year end, and that's to meet our new 21% target reserve level for the fiscal year 25-26 adopted budget. So based on this, our preliminary estimate of unspent funds is approximately $7.6 million, and again, that's unaudited. Next slide. So here's a look at our general fund summary. So we had originally adopted a structurally balanced budget where current revenues equaled our current expenditures. The revised budget, which is in that next column over, we anticipated the use of fund balance in the amount of $16.6 million. So that's why you kind of see that deficit there. These were increases in appropriations or our budget for our expenditures that occurred throughout the year, and we'll cover those in the next slide. So based on that revised budget, our estimated unaudited year-end actuals shows revenue coming in at about 102%, so 2% above the revised budget, and our expenditures coming in at 97% or 3% below the budget for a total net deficit of about $3.1 million, which coincides with that first table that you saw. Next slide, please. So these are all the council appropriate actions that were taken throughout the fiscal year in the general fund. This is how our revised budget, not our actuals, went into a deficit of $16.6 million. So this was based off of our understanding of what was available in unspent funds that were available for appropriation and spending. And you can see the council direction dates and the descriptions, which all equaled about $16.59 million, which you saw in that first table. Next slide, please. All right, so looking at our general fund revenues, I'm really just going to focus on the biggest categories here, which is property taxes and sales tax. You can see that overall general fund revenue came in at about $4.5 million above the revised budget. This is not final. We do expect these revenues to increase a little bit before we close the book. So the biggest variances you see here, you can see it that it's in property taxes. So they came in $2.5 million lower. And that wasn't based off of our secured or unsecured. What that really was in our successor agency surplus revenues. So over time, we've seen our those property tax related revenues increase. But what we saw this year or in 24-25 is that they increased at a lower rate than what we were expecting. So it's just something that we have to keep our eye on. The other area that we saw a pretty significant decrease was in sales and use tax. And that was in the amount of $1.3 million. And there really was two reasons for this. We had two large businesses that came into Richmond my understanding, it was a temporary basis. They came in and they soon after declared bankruptcy. So we had this like temporary boost in sales tax in 23-24. When we build our budget, we assume that those businesses will continue and generate the same kind of sales tax revenues going into 24-25. Unfortunately, one of those businesses was SunPower, which relocated from San Jose. And then they finalized their bankruptcy shortly thereafter. The other was SunPower. Did I already mention SunPower? Moxion Power, thank you. Which also started their operations here in Richmond, and then shortly after finalized their bankruptcy. So if you take those out of the equation, all their categories are growing at a steady rate. So it's just kind of this one-time anomaly. All right, next slide. So this is just a graphical overview of the exact same information that I just presented on the previous slide. It just makes it a little easier to see the categories with the largest impact. Next slide. So moving on to our general fund expenditures, you can see that expenditure savings occurred in quite a few categories. Some went over, but you can see that the bulk of the savings was in salaries and wages, and that was due to vacancies. So you can see there that it was about 3% below the revised budget. And keep in mind that we already build in an amount when we're balancing our budget based off of vacancy savings. So this would be the amount above that vacancy savings mark that we were counting on to balance the budget. The other area that you'll see quite a bit of savings is in our contractual services. So in terms of what might change between now and year-end close, you'll see most of it in this professional services line item, and that's related to our contracts. Typically, we commit contracts as they are approved by council, and it kind of ties up those funds in the contracts. As we close our books, we work with the departments to either liquidate those encumbrances that are no longer needed. Maybe they've spent a portion of this contract, or we don't need that, it falls to fund balance, it becomes unspent funds, or we roll it over into the following fiscal year. Next slide, please. So again, this is just a graphical overview of the information that I just presented on the previous slide. So it just makes it a little easier to see the categories with the largest impact, clearly it being salaries, wages, and our benefits. Next slide. So looking at our non-general fund revenues, at the top there, you see our capital improvement funds. As I'm sure you all know, we have projects that span multiple fiscal years. So variances in these funds are largely due to the timing of grant funded reimbursements for costs that we've already incurred. In some cases, the revenues may have been received in the prior fiscal year, in which case the projects would be funded from fund balance. So for most of the fund types that you see on this chart, that same story is pretty much true for every category, with the exception of debt service, which is based off of our debt service schedules, our enterprise funds, which work mostly like a business. They're working to just achieve cost recovery. And then our internal service funds, which are our little internal support funds that we charge out to other departments. Next slide, please. So this is a similar story, but it's the expenditure side. So again, in capital projects, those projects usually span multiple fiscal years, and it typically results in a significant variance, but that just means that whatever that variance is typically gets carried over into the following fiscal year. Again, that's true for our housing funds, our housing authority funds, our other operations funds, which includes our special districts and employment and training, and our special revenue funds, which also includes ARPA. So those contain multi-year projects that we carry over from year to year. Next slide, please. This is a look at our non-general fund budget adjustments. So these adjustments are what we are recommending or what we have in the report, and they're simply just to align the budget with year-end results or actuals. You can see that many of these adjustments are in our developer impact fee program. We do have a couple adjustments on here that do impact the general fund that I'll cover a little bit later. And if you have if you'd like to see any additional detail about these adjustments, we do have those in attachment 2 of your staff report. Next slide, please. Water. Okay. So of that 7.6 million in unspent funds that we discussed in the beginning of the presentation, we're recommending allocating a portion of this amount to cover the adjustments that you see here. So the first one is to cover cost escalation for our fire trucks. So this is, I think, what we're seeing nationwide. A lot of cities, a lot of fire districts, they build out their fleet replacement schedule. We build in some assumption for how much they're going to go up in prices as we go to replace them, and then we find out that the prices have gone up significantly. So this adjustment is to cover the cost for vehicles that we've already purchased that are already on their way. The other adjustments you see here is for employment and training, an additional general fund subsidy to cover staffing costs. And then the following two, the Hilltop Landscape and Maintenance District and KCRT, that's for negative fund balances that we need to make them whole in order to close the books. And the final one is for our Moody Code recodification project. So after all those adjustments, we have about remaining unspent funds. So backing that out of that 7.6 figure, we have now remaining about 4.6. Next slide. So staff is recommending using that 4.6 million to fill some funding gaps in some of our capital improvement program. And how we propose to fill those gaps, to spend that total 4.6 million. The majority of the funding requests focused on critical lighting and safety improvements citywide, with the main allocations you can see there on our donut being in the streetlight program, parks and open spaces program, and then we have some project with some active shortfalls for bridge maintenance, 13th Street, Complete Street, in our community center. Next slide, please. So the first project you see here that's on that list is our Shields Reed Park and Community Center. There's a funding shortfall of about $100,000, and this additional funding is requested to fund additional improvements related to the community center, such as roof issues, replace windows, repair adjacent property sidewalks. And the estimated completion is spring and summer of 2026, and this is a shovel-ready project. Next slide, please. The next project is our 13th Street, Complete Street. The funding shortfall is $300,000. Again, this is a shovel-ready project. And this funding will address the budget shortfall related to construction and management fees, staff time, and the contingency funding needed to just complete the project with an estimated completion of spring of 2027. Next slide, please. The next project is our Bridge Preventative Maintenance Project with a funding shortfall of about $400,000. Again, this is a shovel-ready project. And the funding request would address a budget shortfall related to rail permit fees, staff time, and the contingency funding needed to complete the project. And again, the estimated completion is winter of 2026. Next slide, please. This is our streetlight program, and the funding shortfall here is about $3 million. We've received a lot of positive feedback regarding this program, and we'd like to leverage that positive momentum and continue this good work. And our estimated completion is summer 2026, and again, this is a shovel-ready project. Next slide. So the next project is Parks and Open Spaces Program, play equipment. The funding shortfall here is about $800,000, and this would be for Rain Cloud Park and Richard Boy Park, formerly known as Atchison Park, to assess additional park and might address additional parks citywide. So this request would address the playground and the parks you see that I just mentioned earlier, and additional playgrounds citywide with an estimated completion of fall 2026. And this is also a shovel-ready project. Next slide, please. So here's just a proposed budget summary of all those projects that I've just covered that amount to about 4.6 million in requests that would equate to the remaining portion of unspent funds that we have identified as of Q4 preliminary projections. Next slide, please. So looking at our next steps, we are going to continue working with our auditors to complete our 24-25 audit, and we're going to publish that annual comprehensive financial report, or ACFR, and that will be in early 2026. And at that time, we'll bring along the actual general fund unspent funds, and we can appropriate those funds in early 2026. Another next step is to receive an update from our Richmond Fire Chief Azorio on the paramedic program, or ALS, and capital needs for the fire stations. And with that, next slide, please. Here are our recommended actions for tonight, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you so much. That's a really great report, very in-depth, so thank you, and a lot of great needs from our community. Madam Clerk, can we please go to public comment?
We have one in-person speaker, Cordell Hindler.
So good evening again, Vice Mayor Cepeda, Council. For the record, I am Cordell Hindler. I am looking at this agenda report, and I don't have too much to ask, but you heard what staff said, so I'm asking to approve this item. No questions asked.
You heard.
That was our only in-person speaker. Now we'll move to the online speakers. We have 2 speakers.
Okay, and the 2 speakers are Claudia Citrone and Benjamin Terrio. Claudia, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
So I'm surprised that the street project is last, and I am surprised that there is no extra mention that the Measure U really cuts into business. This is just the first round of businesses closing. Your revenue will drop on this. I'm also surprised you are not going more in depth into the increased healthcare costs and pension liabilities. If they go up, it also means is that the interest rates are going up. So there's a lot of questions which remain open. And I see that you today really quickly tried to push through a lot of pet projects prior to this budget conversation, which I just find shameful. So I'm glad that residents pulled it off. This was an excellent presentation. I just wonder whether council really is capable of understanding the financial situation the city is in, and I yield my time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Benjamin Terrio. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you, Ben Terrio, President of the Richmond Police Officers Association. Going to continue talking about staffing as it relates to budget. Again, it's 22 vacancies that the police department has. No mention of anything in this budget about how to address staffing. No mention of how to increase recruiting and retention. There's been things that have come along in the past year, proposals, and they always get buried and they get put back. We pay an exorbitant amount of rent, well into the 7 figures of rent for renting a police department. No plan, no action on that, just to continue, throwing away money on that. 77 sergeants and officers, 9 lieutenants, 2 captains, 1 chief. Again, about 89, 90 folks. The people who are going to do the work, though, it's not going to be lieutenants, captains, and the chief. It's going to be the sergeants and officers. And so, again, there's no plan, nothing in there. A lot of pet projects for this, that, and the third in this budget item. Ambulances, fire trucks, nothing for police department. So when these people keep coming up there and talking about public safety, it falls on deaf ears. And it falls on deaf ears because, the priorities are not there. And it shows in the budgeting. This city needs a better plan and a more robust ability to address these issues. And we're just not seeing it. And so I think it's, it's just comical that and tragic at the same time that folks are going to keep, coming in here and wondering why, there's not enough people to respond and deal with some of these incidents is because there's no priority for it. So if you're coming in here or if you're watching this or listening to this, when you wonder why, these things happen, it's because, the council or, council, not maybe not as a whole, but a council majority of folks do not care about public safety. They do not view it in the same lens as you do.
Your
And it's
time
just
has
that simple.
expired. Thank you.
Thank you.
And that was the last public speaker.
Okay. Thank you again for the presentation. Colleagues, do we have any questions? I see a stack. I see Ivana, and then I'll go to Robinson. Okay, Councilmember Ivana, go ahead.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I just have two quick questions. Number one, it says receive the fiscal year 2024-25 quarter four report. What does that quarter four refer to?
It remains the end of the fiscal year.
Because it was about the whole thing. It says for the period of July 1 through June 30th, right?
Right. So we provide the council quarterly updates on.
Got it. So the wording is a little confusing. You may want to change it in the future. And what is the urgency of the $3 million solar light program?
We believe that based on community input, that this is a key priority for our residents and for our community to improve safety. We have positive momentum right now with the staff that are leading that work. It's a combined effort with Public Works and Engineering, but in particular, would like to acknowledge Darren and Clarence Johnson, who've been leading this work in the Public Works Department. They're ready to execute, and so when we have staff and contractors that are ready to execute in identified locations, we try to move forward expeditiously.
I understand it's shovel ready, but what is the urgency of moving, the entire $3 million moving from electrical to solar?
It's not all going to be solar. It's going to depend on the projects. We're going to try to do as much solar as possible.
So is it maintenance issue? Is it what is it going to be spent on?
There are a number of locations throughout the city that are frequently vandalized or do not have lighting. It will address both depending on the location. And the locations were identified in the PowerPoint, if you'd like us to go back to the reference.
No, I
slide.
saw the locations, but I wasn't sure what it was for.
Yes, for new lighting and repairing lighting that has been stolen or damaged through the copper wire theft.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, Councilmember Robinson.
So thank you so much for a great report, Emily, and everyone who went into, who made it possible. I just feel like I need to have a few clarifying questions to make sure that we're understanding and kind of give context to some of the comments we heard tonight. So I don't know if you really know this off the top of your head, but do you know what the percentage of the general fund budget is used for public safety?
We can look that up during the meeting and provide an announcement.
Yeah, I think that would be helpful to
Jerry,
just
can you
remind
provide that information, please? Thank you.
Yeah, remind folks of that.
Yeah, we can provide that momentarily, if you'd like.
And then this report that we're having tonight, this is a report on our past activities, what we've done through the end of Q4 for fiscal year 24-25, correct? It's not a budget moving forward that may address,
Correct.
MOUs and other things like that. This is not
It
a
was
moving forward budget.
past tense.
Past tense.
Yeah, ended
Yes.
June 30th.
Yes, exactly.
Of 2025.
Yeah, they're basically identifying potential surplus and where we might apply that to projects that need, that need a little something in order to make sure that we can finish them.
Yes, and that we think before we bid public works projects, we have to have the funding identified. And then once the funding, those projects are bid, Public Works brings them back to City Council, and the City Council approves the contract. And that's when we have the final amount for the contract. Yeah.
And during the course of this year, I seem to remember there were a number of items that we voted positively to support our police department. including some things to help with recruitment and retention, take-home vehicles. I think that was this past fiscal year. Was that this fiscal year or the year before?
It's an ongoing appropriations. I think it may have been the prior fiscal year, but it does require ongoing appropriations because due to vehicle replacement.
And there were a number of other items that we did all unanimously vote in support of, in order to try to address this terrible situation with the mandatory overtime and really working people into the ground, which no one on this council, I believe, wants, to have staff who are dangerously overworked. Okay, so that said, it'd be great to know if we have that number, just so that it's a public record.
I think staff are calculating it now, and so as we go, we'll provide it before that.
Great. And then, kind of aside from that, we had a great moment. You don't get to do happy things so often on the council. Every now and again you do. And one of those things we did was we're able to present the checks from the ARPA funds to small businesses who got some small business support. It was a really great day. We went around and kind of awarded those grants. During the course of that, I had an opportunity to talk to the contractors Renaissance, and they're starting work on the new project that's going to start, I think, in January around the facades. They expressed that they're really excited about that, but there was a shortfall in that budget for the facades in that there was only funds to make the grants and not support for an architect or a graphic designer or a consultant to help small business owners who are often extremely overworked and do not have time to try to figure out and find an architect or a graphic designer or something like that in order to improve their facade. So there's a fear and a worry that this money that we're going to be, getting out there into the world, won't actually be able to improve people's facades because they don't have the proper technical support, capacity building support. And I asked the Renaissance folks, well, what would it take to remedy that? And they said about $50,000 for 20 different businesses to get actual professional facade consultations and support. I would like to consider that tonight and ask if there is some way to include that in this. This is a program that has, a significant allocation, and if we want it to be a professional result where we can actually see the difference in the facades of small businesses in Richmond, I think we need to help these small business owners with professional consultation support. I'd like to ask that of my city council members if they would support such a thing. And I would ask of city staff if it's possible to find this, relatively small allocation in the recommendations tonight. Is that possible if council were to support it?
We could certainly. There's always a way. One thing, I don't have the contract in front of me. So if this is something that the council is interested in doing, it would be helpful if we could bring it back to the council on January 20th, so then we can figure out how to do that item. For example, I'm not sure if it would necessitate an existing contract amendment with Renaissance, how we would structure it, and so I believe it would necessitate a contract amendment. So we would need to bring that back to council.
Is it possible to make sure that the funds are available to do that tonight?
Yes.
If there's council support.
Yes.
So I know we have other possible other questions from different folks. I'd really like to make sure that everyone knows that I would like to make, when it's time to make a motion, I'd like to make a motion that includes the approval with this adjustment in addition. I think that it would make it so this program is actually extremely successful and we'd be proud of it.
Thank you. Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, thank you so much. And really quickly, I'm moving. I know that I should not say that, but you look great with your new.
Thank you so much. But the goal was to reveal our new finance director, not my new hair. Sorry, Emily, if I stole the thunder.
Typical. Okay, now quickly. Thank you so much for this presentation. I think what it shows is how more financially stable the city is. I had been hearing from other cities like Oakland that they are in a deficit, that they are looking to no fire right now, but just freeze the hiring. And so I think while other cities are in some more financial difficulties and taking, maybe some folks could be looking at coming here because we are in a more stable financial situation where we are able to dream a little bit about how we are spending unspent funds. So this is great, and it's great that for the past few years we have been more in this role with 21% in reserves and other funds. So I have two questions, and I won't take more time. One is, in the page 15 of the PowerPoint, you have some administrative adjustment. Can you explain what is the cost escalation of the fire trucks? I don't know, it's because it's costing more than it was budgeted, and then in the employment and training general fund subsidies, can you explain what it is more?
Sure. I'll start with the employment and training while Chief comes forward to talk about chassis and all that other good stuff. So Chief, if you want to come to the dais. So the employment and training general fund subsidy is as a result of staff costs. So there are times when things are occurring where what takes place is not able to be recovered by a grant. And so so this is the subsidy that we need for fiscal year 24-25. But I do want to let the council know that I anticipate either before mid-year, we will need to, or at mid-year for fiscal year 25-26, in order to support the level of programming that our community deserves in employment and training. We will be returning to the council with a request for a higher general fund subsidy. And so frequently that happens because maybe grants don't allow reimbursements for activities or things like our cost pool, and because the grants sometimes have caps on the amount of administration costs we can provide. And so we'll provide a thorough overview of that, but that is one of the things that that's recently come to our attention.
Yeah, thank you. And I think I mentioned to you that it will be good because what I understood about employment and training is that a lot of the budget was through grants, and we feel it. So it will be good to have an overview of 5 years comparison of like the grants that we had been talking to see like what is really happening, taking into consideration that maybe success will be appropriate to allocate so we continue to provide the services that.
Yes, we're happy to do that. We will try to do it before mid-year if we can, but depending on how quickly the audit wraps up.
Yeah, thank you.
But it'll be in early 2026.
Mm-hmm. So go ahead, Chief.
Okay, so for the fire apparatus, this is for multiple types of heavy fire apparatus, ladder trucks, fire engines, wildland fire engines, heavy rescues. There's a limited number of manufacturers that make these. There's a national shortage. It's actually a large topic in the fire service nationwide right now. There's a shortage. When we order fire apparatus, what used to take us about a year to 9 months to receive, now take up to 2 years, or sometimes in some cases more than 2 years. Some of the overage is there are change orders that happen during the build process, during that 2 years. Things are no longer available, different components, and so we have to approve to get that piece of equipment completed, you have to have that component in there, and you have to approve the most recent version of it sometimes because it's not available. Those items cost more. The number of the apparatus have been deferred over years due to other budget priorities. And when those items first came to the council, we got quotes, but by the time they were approved, the quotes were only good for 30 days at one point due to tariffs and the cost of steel, things like that. As an example, 1 gallon of paint to cover a fire engine used to cost $300. It's $1,000 a gallon of paint for the fire engine paint now. Ladder trucks that we bought 5 years ago that cost $1 million cost $2.3 million now. So the inflation rate on fire apparatus is outrageous. Like I said, it's a national problem that the National Fire Service is trying to address. But there's numerous factors that went into this overage, but mainly it has to do with the increasing cost of fire apparatus.
Thank you. Just talking here about like how we invest in public safety as part of your public safety. So thank you so much. My last question is, and I don't know, so Measure U change the formula and is like in this budget, Chevron, or I don't know if Chevron has to pay the new business license with this Measure U for this year that we are talking about, or is in the next year?
If possible, can we provide an email to council regarding their revenues?
Okay, but
Thank
it's
you.
for the, like, it will start this year, but we are.
Yeah, but we
Okay.
can provide a detailed response via
Okay,
email.
okay.
Thank you.
So much. My last comment is, I know I am not going to advocate for this right now, but I want to see in the mid-year some funds to really address the need for Humboldt Park to be renovated, especially because in the winter season it gets flooded. So we put some good parks facilities there, but it's getting flooded. So we need to address that.
Yes, we will
So
add
thank
that.
you.
We'll add that to the bike rack.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councilmember Jimenez. Councilmember Wilson.
All right, thank you. So if KCTV can put up slide 5, that's what my first couple questions are about. And so I should start by saying I also think that it was great to receive the presentation and to receive this document last week because, again, it shows what a good financial position the city's in, and this is in a context of a lot of cities struggling right now. And so though I'm sorry they are struggling, I am really glad that we have the good problem of having 7.5 million in unspent funds that we're looking for additional things to spend on. One of my questions though about it is that if I'm understanding slide 5 correctly, the reason that we have this extra 7.5 million that we're finding things to spend it on right now is because we put approximately 65 million into the reserves when in fact we really only needed 52 million in the reserves, and that's where you did the math here great of like that created a $12 million amount, I guess a surplus, and then we our expenditures were a little higher than our revenues, so some of that went down. People can kind of follow it along. But one of my questions is like moving forward, is that an avoidable thing? Like, is it ever possible that we are actually putting the exact right amount into our reserves? Again, just because, like one of the things when we have this 7.5 million, one of the things we can't spend it on is staffing, for instance, because this is one-time money. So I can't say to any of the staffing groups like, oh yes, we will use this to pay for additional hires or something. We can't do that. But if we hadn't put that money into the reserves, then it was still in the general fund and it could have been budgeted that way, or it could be in the future. So my question is that the variance between what we needed in the reserves and what we actually put away, is that an unusually high variance, and is there a way to like get those two numbers aligned next time?
Yeah, I think if I may, what we're trying to do is we're trying to continue to increase hiring. And so we anticipate that the number will get smaller and smaller, especially with the effectuation of the MOUs that the council has approved. We think that 7.5 number will get smaller and smaller. And so what you're seeing is that even though we calculated a vacancy rate when the city council adopted the budget, because we're still working on hiring up, right? Like we were holding positions, for example, like for the ROC program and things like that, right? We have vacancies in police. Because of those vacancies, it means that even though we budgeted for a vacancy rate, there was additional funding that then allowed the council to have these one-time appropriations. But over time, if the policy direction of the council has been that that number should continue to decrease as we continue to hire more staff. And it will also balance out with the adoption of when we finalize all the public safety MOUs. And we think then we'll be getting closer to a balanced budget. And what you'll see actually is that it has been getting smaller over time.
Okay, right. And so to the point, you know, to sort of bring home the point again is we can't tonight put that towards staffing, but in the future years, we're hoping that this number is a little bit smaller, which means we did put more towards staffing in that fiscal year. Okay, so that's great to hear. Okay, and then I'm looking, I just kind of for my own orientation, on page 15, you have the administrative adjustments, which there were some questions about. And then on page 22 are the sort of proposed sort of budget, it's called proposed budget summary. And I was just curious, like, why are those two sets of, like, to me, these all seem the same. It's just sort of extra stuff for us to spend on right now. How come those were broken out sort of into two different categories?
Well, the items on page 15 are more, the way we're characterizing those are like, basically, those are our must-dos. These are the must, page 15 is like, we must, right? Like, we need to get our fire apparatuses, right? We don't want to have, the council's policy direction is not to have negative fund balances. So we're respectfully suggesting that you approve everything on slide 15 because it's consistent with the council's policy direction. And then the subsequent slide is where the council has, you know, respectfully more flexibility. And we're suggesting these projects because they're consistent with the requests that you've provided and the community.
And along those lines, like I think the proposed budget summary, the projects on page 22 make sense to me. I, as you probably know, because Shasta's been CC'd on 700 emails that I've sent, is that I happen to drive through, not just my district, but other districts as well. My path home after these evenings every Tuesday goes through a stretch of Carlson that has almost a half mile of the lights being out, I believe, because of copper theft. And it's not cheap, you know, like, I don't know how much they're getting for that copper, but I can tell you fixing that stuff is very, very expensive. So it's absolutely a safety measure. There's other, and it seems like there's other stretches of Richmond too, where the same thing has happened, where the lights are out, and it's actually really a safety issue for drivers and pedestrians and everyone else. And so I'm delighted to see money get put towards that program. And but I will also say that I love facade improvements. I'm so excited about the facade improvement program, and I will admit that I was slightly horrified to hear that right now there's not enough money to have professional architects and designers be the ones who lead the charge on what the facades look like. I'm afraid we're going to give money to business owners who then have to figure out how to design their own. I wouldn't know how to do that. I don't know why anyone else would. So that's my way of saying I really support putting 50,000 of this from any category towards that program so that we can make sure there's designers, architects, I don't know what profession does it, who can help the business owners make those facades beautiful, because that's the point of that program. So that's it.
So what I would recommend, unless Vice Mayor, do you want me to provide a recommendation based on the feedback or pause? I was going to say what we could do is, for example, as a starting point, and again, we can adjust in early 2026, but as a starting point, we could, instead of allocating the entire $3 million for the lights, we could allocate 2.9, just reduce it by, essentially reduce the $3 million by 50,000 and allocate that to the facades, and then we'll come back to council with a contract regarding how to effectuate that in collaboration between community development and economic development, so that what is recommended makes sense procedurally. because we want community development to help weigh on that.
Yeah, and I guess, and I like that idea too, again, because like, we're gonna have other bites. I know there's a million projects out there, but my understanding is the one that Councilmember Robinson has raised with these facades, it is a shovel-ready project.
Oh,
So
no,
that-
absolutely.
Yeah, so that if we
Absolutely.
put up the money now in January, they're gonna have designers doing stuff, and so I
Right.
hope
We'll
that we
need some
can.
time. We'll need a little, the reason why I was suggesting we could allocate it now and then come back with a contract amendment is because we need to figure out how to effectuate it.
Okay.
And I think it would be helpful, especially since it's pertaining to facades, that we have community development look at and provide some guidance on what they think may work. Since
Okay.
it's,
All right. All right, thank you.
I love facades too. It's one of my first opportunities professionally.
Thank you, Councilman Wilson. Councilmember Brown.
Yes, thank you so much for the presentation. I love the idea of the facades, but I just have one question. Once they're getting this assistance, how are they able to implement it? Is there money already available for them to start?
Yeah, as I understand it, it's a grant program that's going to be administered by Renaissance, and Renaissance supports them through like the permitting and that kind of process, but they did not have any capacity building support in terms of an architect or a designer. So the business owner would be on their own to figure out what the facade would look like, you know, and trying to find a contractor that could do it, and like that, they would be on their own for that. And I just feel like that anybody who's had any experience with small business owners know that that's hard.
Right, so it just doesn't stop at the consultation, it goes into effect.
Right. Yeah.
Okay, and also for the recommended or the targeted areas for the street lighting, can that be adjusted at any time, or
Yes, that's
can
the
other sites be recommended?
Yeah, those are the initial, on slide 20, those are the initial sites that have been identified by staff that have a significant need, and that are where there's been some initial assessment done. So those are the ones that we recommended we start with, but once these are completed in the summer, if there is additional funding when the final audit is completed or at mid-year, depending on how the budget is doing, the council could make an additional appropriation.
So there's no opportunity to add to this list?
We think that this originally we thought this would cover between 12 and 14, but if we're thinking we're taking $50,000 away, I think we should probably be conservative and say 12, but if there's a recommendation for other sites that the council wants us to consider, we can have staff assess those.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Brown. Just quick comments. Thank you for bringing projects that are shovel-ready. We all might remember that in the summer, we all approved a process on how to spend the money, and one of them was to look at shovel-ready projects. So that way we're not just dreaming big, which we want to do, but we want to dream big with a purpose. And shovel-ready projects are going to get us there. So very excited. I've driven all these streets, and they definitely need it. We need even more. So thank you for that. The lights is definitely part of public safety, and they're going to help keep us safe out there. In terms of the facade, I agree with that as well. Would it be great to see, and I'm not sure which businesses are going to apply for it, but it would be great to see if there's some kind of standard or something. So if we have an architect that can say, hey, this street, everyone kind of looks the same here or similar-ish, like on 23rd Street in the San Pablo, city of San Pablo area, you see all those looking the same. And I don't know, I'm not saying they should look like that, but we should have maybe different streets look somewhat the same-ish so that way one building doesn't look completely off from the other as they're helping. Maybe we create those standards.
I think Avery's going to love this opportunity.
Perfect. Perfect. Other than that, thank you for the presentation. I agree with the recommendations here, so thank you so much. We have one last question for Councilmember Urbana.
Just a comment, I would prefer to have options rather than standards. Just a suggestion.
Perfect. Councilmember Robinson.
So I wondered if we got the answer to that question around public safety, and if possible, separating fire from police, because I think that is important to distinguish.
Yeah, and I think we should say it's approximately.
Yeah, we'll say this is approximately based off of the original budget. Police was 35%, fire was about 18%, for a total of 53% spent on public safety in the general fund based off of the 24-25 original budget.
Yeah, so 53% of our budget, with 35% going to police and 18% going to fire.
Correct.
And then, that leaves 47% for all other services, everything from roads to sewer systems to like all other services. So I just wanted to make sure that that was clear.
I would just like to make a little clarification. This is the general fund budget
Yeah.
that we're talking about. If we talked about the sewer system and
sorry.
all those,
I
so
shouldn't
let's
have said
not,
sewer
so
system.
it's just the general fund operations.
That's a different fund.
So
Yes,
that's a
so
different
Parks and
conversation.
Recreation.
Yes, recreation,
Street
park, library,
repairs.
and all those, ONS and
ONS, cleaning the
finance
streets.
department,
Finance
everything.
department.
Yeah, and we
Yeah.
can break, when we bring back the ACFR, we'll provide the finals,
Yeah.
final
great,
numbers.
Great. So, I'm not saying we're done with our work, and we definitely have work to do to make sure that all the vacancies are filled and people are not being worked into the ground in the police department. And I just want to make sure that people understand what we're currently investing, that over half of our budget in those things. And then I had one other request, and that was, there's been an ongoing question about whether or not Measure U is making a positive impact on our budget. I wonder at some later point in time if we could have kind of a report on the impact of Measure U, either negative or positive or both. I think it would be very informational and helpful. When you look at these budgets, it's not really clear where the Measure U money is coming in. And so I think that rightfully so, many people in the community don't really know what it's doing, if it's doing anything. And my understanding is that Measure U is one of the reasons why we are not in a deficit right now, like the city of El Cerrito, like the city of Oakland, considering layoffs, considering dramatic reductions. Measure U is the thing that's keeping us afloat. And so I might be, I don't think I'm incorrect about that at all. So it'd be really great to hear, to actually just get that in the record at some future date. And then finally, I really agree that lighting is a serious issue in our city, not just because of all the recent copper thefts, but just because we have so many places where there's been deferred maintenance and just lights need help. There's very dark, unsafe places. And that's a great thing. And kind of on the last note is that there's a great survey that the city has out there, and I wanted to make sure that everyone knew it. It's not so easy to find, but if you do a Google search, you can find the lighting survey, the City of Richmond lighting survey. So in that survey, it's a super simple survey. It takes like three minutes to do, and you can report areas where the lights are out or there needs to be more light. And I think that is helping to inform where the next locations are where lights will be going in. So please, if everyone could actually use that form, I filled it out with locations that I knew about in D3, but use that form so that we can continue this. I'm hoping that this whole lighting project is not a one-time thing, but a part of this programmatic approach that our valiant public works director it's not director, it is director, is moving forward so that we'll have an ongoing budget to address lighting needs going forward. So thank you, everyone.
Councilmember Robinson, would you like to make a motion?
Sorry, yes. I'd like to make a motion to accept the recommendation, the staff recommendation with the adjustment that instead of $3 million allocated to lighting, that we allocate $2,950,000 and then allocate $50,000 to the facade program and direct staff to come back to council with a way to effectuate that.
I second.
And before we take the second, would you mind also adding to your motion the rest of the item, which is to receive the report?
KCRT, can you please put up slide 23, or pardon me, slide 24?
I've got it. So I'm going to add to that item to receive the fiscal year FY A 24-25 quarter four report for the period of July 1st, 2024 through June 30th, 2025. Adopt a resolution to appropriate proposed administrative year-end budget adjustments with the caveat that I said, that one adjustment that I said, which was taking the 50,000 from the 3 million and the reallocating the 50,000 from the 3 million in lighting line item, and adopt a resolution to appropriate unspent funds. Well, that's the thing in 25-26.
I second that.
Perfect. Thank you. Madam Clerk, we have a motion and a second. If you can please take the roll.
Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Urbana,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson,
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Zepeda,
Yes.
and Mayor Martinez is absent. The motion passes with Mayor Martinez absent.
Thank you. All right. Next item, please.
Our next item is item S2. Hold on one second.
Perfect. KCRT, if you can please bring up our State Senator Jesse Adegan.
And that is to receive a presentation from State Senator Jesse Adegan regarding the 2025 legislative session.
Perfect. Thank you, Senator. Good evening. Hope you're doing well. Thank you so much for joining us. And the floor is yours. Let us know the presentation, KCRT, if you can please pull it up. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor and members of the Richmond City Council. It's an honor to be here to update you on my work as your representative in the California State Senate. And I'm proud to represent Richmond and West Contra Costa County. And I want to start by just reflecting on a promise that I made when I ran for this seat last year. West Contra Costa County is a very critical part of this Senate district that goes from Rodeo all the way down to the city of Oakland. But historically, the representative has been somebody from Berkeley or Oakland. And one of the concerns I've heard from residents of Richmond, as well as other communities in West Contra Costa County, is the need for a more active presence and engagement of the state Senate office in this part of the district. And so one of the promises I made is that we will open a district office in West Contra Costa County. And I'm proud to say that this July, we opened our district office on the second floor of City Hall in Richmond. And we are open every single day to provide services to the residents of Richmond and West Contra Costa County. I want to thank the Vice Mayor and the staff of the City of Richmond helping facilitate that and making sure that we have a presence in the City of Richmond. And I want to just acknowledge my Senior Field Representative, Gabe Sandoval, who's in the audience, who works out of the Richmond office and is available to serve the residents of Richmond and to stay connected to the Richmond City Council and Richmond City staff as well. This has been a really challenging year in California and in the United States. One of the first issues that we had to address in Sacramento were the devastating wildfires that ravaged communities in Southern California. Then Donald Trump was sworn into office on January 20th, immediately took action to roll out a mass deportation agenda and roll back protections for sensitive areas like schools and hospitals, and also working to take away billions of dollars of federal funding for education, for healthcare, for transportation projects. And we took immediate action to not just address the fires in Los Angeles, but also to push back against the Trump administration, making sure our Attorney General can take action to sue the Trump administration when they try to freeze federal funding or promulgate unconstitutional or illegal executive orders or policies, and to support our immigrant communities and make sure that there are resources to provide legal representation and rapid response for communities impacted by the Trump administration's deportation agenda. But in addition to responding to those challenges, we were also able to address many challenges and priorities for Richmond and for the state of California. Let me go to the next slide, please. Actually, the prior slide. Thank you. So I want to touch on just a few areas where the state of California has been able to support the city of Richmond in this past year. First, on advancing public safety, and really want to lift up the conversation, not only in public comment, but also on the prior item around the importance of public safety. Richmond's violence prevention strategy, which started a decade ago, and its Office of Violence Prevention is a national model. And the work that you're doing to reduce gun violence through community partnerships is I think the model that communities throughout the state of California should embrace. Ceasefire programs have proven to be effective in reducing gun violence, and we worked to protect funding for the California Violence Intervention Program, which provides roughly $6 million a year for the city of Richmond for its violence prevention work. In addition, I just want to lift up that $9.3 million has also been provided to Richmond in encampment resolution funding to support safe and stable housing for persons experiencing homelessness. Access to local parks and recreation is critical, especially in urban communities and frontline communities. And I just want to lift up the work of my predecessor, Nancy Skinner, who worked with leaders in Richmond to secure critical funding to create a new park at Point Melody. And that property is now under the control of the East Bay Regional Parks. And I'm committed to working with the city of Richmond to secure the additional funding needed to make that park a reality. I also want to just acknowledge the funding, $4.2 million in Prop 68 funds to revitalize Boardman Park. All these are things that have been supported through bond measures and through state investments that have been made by the state legislature. We can go to the next slide, please. Touching on immigration, California is home to the largest immigrant population in the nation, with over 1 in 4 residents being foreign born and almost half of the children having at least one immigrant parent. And while immigration is an essential part of California's economic prosperity and livelihood, the actions of the federal administration, including the shameful arrest and deportation of a Hercules resident, 73-year-old grandmother Harjit Kaur, is actively disrupting and harming our communities. So in support of our immigrant communities, as I mentioned, the state legislature took a number of actions this year, not only providing funding for legal representation and rapid response, but also passing a package of bills to strengthen protections for hospitals, schools, protect data privacy, to make sure that we establish critical protections against immigration enforcement in a number of areas. And this will be a key focus of mine, a key focus of legislators when we go back to Sacramento next year. If we go to the next slide, please. On public safety, just first want to acknowledge that I had the honor of serving as the chair of the Senate Standing Committee on Public Safety this year, which has jurisdiction over all the laws that are introduced and passed by the legislature relating to the penal code and relating to public safety policy in California. My committee saw roughly 600 bills on a number of issues, from addressing human trafficking, expanding mental health treatment, addressing gun violence, addressing public safety in a number of ways. But one of the other areas that we were very focused on is the implementation of Prop 36, which the voters of California passed last year to increase criminal penalties for repeat retail theft offenses and for serious drug offenses. That I didn't support that measure. I'll just be completely honest with you. But the voters passed it in every single county, including Contra Costa County. So my focus is to make sure that that measure is being implemented the right way, focusing on treatment rather than incarceration. And so we provided an initial investment of $100 million, and we'll continue that investment in coming years to increase funding for treatment to make sure that we have resources and pathways for people and make sure that they're not filling up our jails, but getting the support that they need. And lastly, I just want to lift up the importance of regional partnerships and acknowledge that the governor and the CHP have deployed a regional CHP task force that has been working with law enforcement agencies throughout the region, including in Richmond, to address crime comprehensively. I also want to just mention that we will be bringing together next year with mayors and law enforcement officials a regional roundtable around addressing public safety, and look forward to the engagement of the city of Richmond in that regional conversation. If we can go to the next slide as well. On health and human services, I just want to just preface my comments by talking about the incredible harm that the Trump administration has caused on working families and food insecure people throughout the United States. The prolonged shutdown of the federal government created great uncertainty and resulted in millions of people for the first time in 60 years not getting their SNAP benefits. Fortunately, in California, we got those benefits out the door the minute that we got a favorable court decision and worked to increase funding $80 million to augment support for our food banks. But we know that with HR 1, the big ugly bill that was passed by Congress and signed by the president in July, that there's going to be deep cuts not just to SNAP, but also to Medi-Cal and Medicaid. And so my top priority when we return to the legislature on January 5th is making sure that we can protect essential healthcare and nutrition assistance benefits for Californians, to mitigate the harm as much as possible, and to make sure that we are investing in our community health providers, our FQHCs, our county health systems, as well as our food banks and community-based food providers to make sure that we can fill the gap that's going to be created by the incredible disruption and harm that this bill and this policy is going to create on so many people, including in the city of Richmond. On transportation, if we can go to the next slide, as we many know, BART and many transit operators in the San Francisco Bay Area are facing a fiscal cliff due to decreases in ridership and the loss of one-time emergency funding. And so addressing that fiscal cliff was a key priority of mine this year. And we worked to address it in a number of ways, passing SB 63, which will allow the Bay Area to consider a regional sales tax measure to provide 14 years of funding to provide operating funds for BART and every transit operator, including AC Transit and WestCat. And so that measure will be going to the voters next November to provide funding in 5 counties, including Contra Costa County, and to give voters the opportunity to decide whether to invest in transit and keep our transit agency solvent and going, but also to improve transit and make it more efficient, and to have greater accountability for how these funds are spent. Also, we are working to finalize a loan from the state of California to provide a 1-year bridge until the measure that SB 63 authorizes passes, to make sure that there's no disruption in service. Unfortunately, because of the loss of federal and state funding, one-time funding, BART will have to make deep cuts and potentially close stations or reduce service. And AC Transit will have to make significant cuts as well, unless we do something next year and we do something going forward. I also just want to lift up that the legislature was also able this past year to provide significant funding for critical transportation projects, not just high-speed rail, but transportation projects throughout the state of California, and by increasing funding to the state's Cap and Invest program. We can go to the next slide, please. On climate and environment, I just want to lift up the work of Councilmember Sohaila Bana, not just as a community leader, but also representing Richmond on the East Bay Wildfire Coalition of Governments. Our first priority this year was to help Southern California, but urban wildfire risk is real, as we saw in Altadena and in Palisades and in Malibu and those communities that were so affected by these wildfires. And so we not only advanced a package of bills to address wildfire response, recovery, hardening standards, safety, and mitigation, but also allocated billions of dollars from Proposition 4, the state's climate bond, as well as billions of dollars from Cap and Invest for fuel reduction and mitigation. And so I'm committed to working with leaders in Richmond and throughout the East Bay to make sure we get our fair share of those dollars to address the wildfire needs in our communities in the East Bay Hills. Lastly, I just want to touch on the Cap and Invest program, formerly known as Cap and Trade. The legislature extended that program through 2045 and really focused on making sure that we not only increase the amount of revenue we got from Cap and Invest, but that we're also investing in critical climate priorities, including the AB 617 program, making that permanent, as reductions in utility bills, increasing funding for the Affordable Housing and Sustainable Communities Program, which provides capital funding to build affordable infill housing and transit investments, funding for transit operations and capital funding, and funding for climate, water, and other environmental priorities as well. And lastly, on housing and homelessness, if we can go to the next slide, this was, I think, a banner year for housing policy in California, where a number of critical housing policies passed, including major changes to the California Environmental Quality Act to streamline housing projects. Senate Bill 79, although that it does not apply to Contra Costa County, unfortunately, which upzones along major transit corridors and transit stations. But I also want to just acknowledge some legislation that I'd authored, including Senate Bill 9, which will better enable the state and local governments to implement state ADU law, as well as other bills, Senate Bill 489 and Senate Bill 786, which work to streamline the permitting process to get homes built in California. This is in addition to the hundreds of millions of dollars of funding that we've invested through the multifamily housing program, the Affordable Housing and Sustainable Communities program. And we worked to push back against Governor Newsom's attempt to try to cut those programs because affordable housing is a priority. I know, speaking to many of the members of the city council, I know it's a priority of the city of Richmond, and definitely want to make sure that we can not protect and increase those pots of money so we can support affordable housing projects in the city of Richmond and in communities throughout Senate District 7. So if we can go to the last slide, please. In conclusion, thank you very much for the ongoing collaboration. I think I met with many of the members of the City Council about your priorities, and we're collaborating on a number of issues, including the McDonald Task Force, some potential housing opportunities, not just in downtown, but in other parts of the city of Richmond. I'm deeply committed to Richmond and representing you. I welcome your input, not just on budget priorities, recognizing that we're facing an $18 billion budget deficit next year, but we definitely want to make sure we are articulating and advancing Richmond's priorities, and also your priorities on legislation. Where are there ways that we can advance legislation to support Richmond's priorities as well? So please reach out to us if we can be of any assistance, either to me directly or to my Richmond office. And we're here to serve you, and want to wish everyone a happy holidays and happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Senator. Madam Clerk, do we have any public speakers on the item?
We have two public speakers. If there's anyone joining us online that would like to address the council on this item, please raise your hand at this time. Speakers are Mark Wasberg and Jamin Purcell.
That senator's talking stupid. That guy ain't nothing but an idiot. If you're not respect, if you're not going to respect, listen.
If you don't watch your language,
if you're not going to respect federal law, if you're not going to respect our Constitution and our federal law, you have no business being in office in the first place. This is why Trump is cutting off the money to California, because you're a sanctuary city, you're aiding and abetting criminals from the law, and your stupid police chief even admitted that he's supporting sanctuary cities. See, he doesn't want to say what type of immigrants there is. There's legal immigrants, there's illegal and legal immigrants. Now, you understand? If you're not going to respect our constitutional laws, you have no business being in our government. This is why Trump is cutting off the money, and he's going to make sure every illegal immigrant is out of California and all the other sanctuary cities that we have in the United States. You're not watching the news very good, are you? You hear Tom Holman. You hear Pam Bundy. They told you, sanctuary cities, if you don't respect California law, we're going to take care of you. We're going to wipe you people out. Trump ain't messing around with you people. He means business, and he's going to get all these criminals out. This is what's causing our problems here in the United States. You got the Muslims coming from the Middle East killing Americans. You got illegal immigrants from Mexico killing Americans. This is why Trump ain't messing around. Now, you get it? If you're not going to respect our laws, you have no business being in our government. Now, I don't even know why you're even in this city council. And all you people, well, I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt, Brown, but the rest of you people, you have no business being in here. You even told the police chief, don't enforce the law. And the police chief ain't nothing but a little puppet because he's scared to lose his job. That's why he's supporting sanctuary cities. And I say what the fuck I want to say. If you don't like it, you fucking quit, motherfucker. That's too fucking bad.
Area.
Fucking cocksucking ass bitch.
Cross the line there, Jamin Purcell.
Go ahead, Mr. Purcell. Go ahead.
Well, we know a government studies teacher didn't tell him anything either. Anyway, I would like to just comment that I really appreciate our senator for reaching out to the city council, but as well having his offices within the city of Richmond. It shows a dedication and it shows an investment within our community. Here in West County and here in Richmond, we oftentimes do have this feeling like we are overlooked, or perhaps we have a lot of things that need to be addressed and people get overwhelmed and so they don't want to lean in. And I just want to thank our senator for having leaned in, not just within what he does on policy, but also within the community itself. I really do appreciate that as well. He has put together a community group to be able to try and help make sure that he is staying connected with the community. And so I'm going to just leave it at that because I really do think that he is trying to lead the new wave of young people who are leaders within our government and making sure that the things that have been often overlooked for years are finally being addressed. And I also want to thank the City Council for making sure that they are staying connected with our senator as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Colleagues,
That was our last in-person speaker. Now we'll move to the online speakers. We have one speaker.
Okay, and the speaker is Benjamin Terrio. And you can go ahead and start.
Ontario, President of the Richmond Police Officers Association and Vice President of FOREC. Thank you for your presentation, Senator Aragon. Appreciate all the work that you do in Sacramento and for our district. And just overall, I mean, one of the bills that we probably didn't get to listen tonight, but a reoccurring theme that we have is the fact that we are unable to do the level of enforcement on human trafficking corridors due to laws that have been passed in the past couple of years that have essentially nerfed the ability of law enforcement to properly address, quality of life and, again, basically human enslavement issues. Law enforcement has been really asked to do this job with two hands tied behind its back. And so obviously it's in Oakland on International Boulevard. It's in Richmond and 23rd Street and the adjoining neighborhood streets. And it's a real problem. And there's folks that come to council every night and talk about it. We have an issue, and we need to have. I know there's been a little bit of movement towards those changes from the past year, but we need more movement to give us better enforcement ability to make an impact on this. It's a terrible crime and creates a ton of victims. Thank you for everything you've done through the district. Like I said, always appreciate working with you, and I wish you all the best, next year in the next legislative session. And Wasberg, I know you're listening. The police department doesn't enforce federal immigration laws. It's not our role. Every time you find a way to outclass yourself every time. Thank you.
Thank you. And there are no more public speakers.
thank you, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, any questions, comments? And we want to keep them as brief as possible because the time is clicking for us. I see Councilmember Bana.
Thank you, Senator, for staying in touch with the city of Richmond, and your work on public safety is greatly appreciated. I also wanted to thank you for your connection to East Bay Wildfire Coalition of Local Governments, being closely in touch. And I've been in touch with your office and Ariana Casanova requesting more budget to the community for wildfire preparedness because CAL FIRE and big agencies get most of the money and nothing trickles down to the communities. Hope that next time you're here, you can provide some reports on that. But overall, thank you very much for all you do.
Thank you, colleagues. Anyone else? All right. Senator, I know that you were not feeling well today, so we'll let you go as early as we possibly could. So we appreciate your time. Thank you for your leadership.
I appreciate.
We look forward to continue working together.
Mr. Vice Mayor, could I just make one more comment, which is on the public safety issues. We actually passed a bill, AB 379. It was a very high-profile, controversial bill to increase penalties for people that are trafficking minors. And so we are taking steps, and I want to just thank Ben Terrio for his collaboration and partnership on public safety issues. We are taking steps to increase penalties and resources for victims as well, to address the issues of human trafficking that are impacting communities, including in Richmond. And I also, previous comments heard about the issues of copper theft. AB 476, which is going to be the law on January 1st, increases penalties for copper theft and provides more tools for prosecution and enforcement of the issues of copper theft. So I just want to lift up those issues, the issues I heard today, and just acknowledge that we're taking action to address those critical issues that impact Richmond. So thank you for this opportunity.
Thanks so much, Senator. You have a great rest of your night there, and we'll see you again. And if anyone has any questions, his office is on the second floor of the City Council building at 440 Civic Center. Thank you all.
Thank you so much.
All right, Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Our next item is item S5. And S5 is to direct the city manager to develop a transparent community process on hiring an arts and cultural manager and to report back to the arts community and city council on the results of the hiring process, and direct the city manager to meet and work with the Richmond artists community, Richmond Arts and Cultural Commission, and city council liaison to address the challenges presented tonight and to develop a plan on how to improve the whole grant process, including contracts and requirements that the city asks of artists. We have 8 in-person speakers. If there's anyone joining us online that would like to address the council on this item, please raise your hand at this time. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Councilmember Jimenez, this is your item. You want to help us?
Yeah, as a liaison of the Art and Culture Commission, I had been I have been talking to a lot of the artists, and several of them had told me about some of the challenges that they have, and I think it's a good idea to present to the city council so everybody knows some of that. And they really want to have this as an opportunity to work in collaboration with the city staff to address these, especially some in the contracting part. And I want to speak a lot about that because I know that it is a presentation, and maybe the presenters can come to the front so you can do the presentation. You can sit over there. And KCRT, can you put out the presentation for this item? So maybe we can start with the introduction of the 2 presenters and go over the presentation. Thank you. KCRT, can you put the presentation? Thank you.
Press the button. Press the button so your mic can come on. There you go.
Okay. All right. My name is Kaylin Van Cura, and
my name is Rebecca Garcia Gonzalez.
Thank you for including this presentation in your busy agenda. Richmond's vibrant and diverse community enriches our city by creating spaces that make people feel represented, by fostering creativity and giving people a sense of belonging in their neighborhoods. Next slide.
And before we start, can you introduce yourself and
yes,
more?
So my name is Kaylin Van Cura, and I'm an artist, a small business owner and resident of Richmond, and a former arts commissioner. And
again, my name is Rebecca Garcia Gonzalez, and I am an artist, a muralist, a public artist. I have 8 murals in Richmond, and I also direct the Visual Artists of Richmond.
And next slide. So we represent two groups, Richmond Arts Advocates and Visual Artists of Richmond. RAA is an ad hoc grassroots group of supporters of the arts, and Visual Artists of Richmond is a fiscally sponsored artist group that formed 3 years ago to fill some of the gaps in artist support. Next slide. We are proud to represent a diverse coalition of Richmond artists and art supporters who believe in the power of art to open minds, transform environments, and bring people together. However, many of us have encountered issues with the way city contracting and grant processes work and have had difficulties receiving the funds that the city has allocated for the arts. The Richmond arts community wants to collaborate with the city to come up with equitable solutions that will support their important work and allow them to thrive in the beautiful city that we all call home. We'll begin this presentation by introducing the 3 areas we feel are most in need of timely intervention. After that, we'll describe what we suggest could be done to remedy this situation. Next slide, please. All right, the problems that we would like to address. Next slide. There are 3 areas of concern. Changes made to the Richmond Arts and Culture Commission decision-making processes have made it harder for the public to engage in arts funding processes. Number 2, we have failed to follow some of the Public Art Master Plan recommendations. And number 3, the NPA, or the Neighborhood Public Art mini grant program requirements, contracting process, and reimbursement policies are driving artists to other cities and discouraging them from working in Richmond. Next slide. The Public Art Advisory Committee gave members of the public the opportunity to participate in the process of advising on art in their communities, but in 2021 it was dismantled via the consent calendar. This left the Richmond Arts and Culture Commission as the only body making arts funding decisions about public art, but the commission had lost most of the institutional knowledge of their role and was only had new members. So effectively, the RAC was disempowered and has since then become a revolving door of commissioners. Next slide. The next concern is the Public Art Master Plan. We have a great Public Art Master Plan that the City Council approved for implementation in 2023, but a couple of years later, and despite ample funds, we have yet to follow the plan's recommendations, such as hiring the staff that the Arts and Culture Division requires. As a result, work has accumulated, and we've seen very, very few requests for proposals. Public art already in place, mostly murals in Richmond, have been neglected, and some are in serious need of repair. And Richmond still does not have a public searchable artist registry or an artist in residence program. Next slide. In the past year, less than 10% of the budgeted percent for art funds were spent. And this is not because of a lack of need, but because there is no actual path for artists to access the funds. Next slide. Artist John Worley is in the audience, but public artists should not be paying out of pocket to maintain their own work, and yet this is what artist John Worley and many other public artists have had to do. Next slide. And finally, we're the only Bay Area city where visual artists have to fundraise to pay for their own artist directory. And our artists have to go to other cities to participate in their artist in residence programs. I will pass it to Rebecca now.
So next slide. Our third concern is the Neighborhood Public Art Mini Grant Program. This program was created to support and mentor community artists. There are 3 main areas in need of reform, in our view: requirements, contracting, and the timing of payments. Let's take a closer look. Next slide. Artists have observed that no other area city has such onerous requirements. Artists are given more extensive requirements for the Neighborhood Public Art Program mini grant program, and those expenses have to be paid up front than the city requires of nonprofits receiving community service grants for youth sports teams. Artists are doing 80% of the work before even getting a contract. The cost of these requirements sometimes surpasses the cost of the neighborhood public art award. Next slide. We also have small nonprofits going through something similar. For example, the Tiny Village Spirit project is run by a very small nonprofit with a volunteer staff. They were awarded $9,000 to pay for small murals and plywood panels. Richmond High School students presented their mural designs to the Richmond Arts and Culture Commission almost a year ago, but they have yet to paint them. It took risk management a very, very long time to waive a pollution insurance requirement that would cost as much as the grant award itself, $9,000. So they were awarded $9,000 and they would have had to pay the pollution insurance for the same amount. But luckily it was waived and they are very thankful. Let's look at the NPA program contracting. Next slide. Artists have to pay for a full year of several types of insurance before they can sign a contract. We're talking at least $3,000 when you add it all up. There isn't enough staff to assist with the contracting process. As a result, contracts can be tied up in the legal division for months at a time. Artists have had to hire lawyers to review the contracts crafted by the city, which are based on a template for construction contractors. Next slide. This is the slide that the arts and culture staff used to talk about the neighborhood public arts contracting process during this year's NPA orientation. A picture is worth 1,000 words. Next slide. So, the payment schedules, they have generated the most friction. Artists used to be paid up front until 2021. Now, some have had to go into credit card debt to afford the application process. We have artists like Tiffany Conway that had to go into credit card debt. Because of delays, projects take more than a year for artists to complete, so artists pay twice for insurance and licenses, if that's the case. Only firms, nonprofits, and wealthy artists can afford to apply. This has to change. And there are no consequences when the city is late with their reimbursements. Next slide. Here's for artists. Richard Muro Salazar paid his crew's wages and supplies first, then went broke waiting for his second payment. Regina Gilligan was awarded a mini grant that she had to rescind? Thank you. When she realized that the cost of meeting requirements would have her paying the city in order to paint a mural. Tiffany Conway, as I mentioned before, spent $7,000 only to see her contract rescinded without explanation. And Rebecca, this is me, I paid $6,000 in lawyer's fees before signing a contract. Next slide. So this is what we envision for success. In the past, the city has passed a lot of good policies to support artists, and so we have some recommendations. Next slide. We recommend more transparency. We would like the City Council to direct the city manager to have a transparent community process on hiring an arts and culture manager and to report back to the arts community and City Council on the results of the hiring process. We would also like the rankings for the arts and culture manager to be presented to the City Council in a closed session. Next slide. We would like to address the challenges together. The staff has already begun the overhauling process. In fact, we have met 4 times with the staff, and we are glad for that opportunity because we have some ideas. Right now, only businesses or individuals who can afford these expenses upfront can complete the process leading to a contract. But the San Francisco Art Commission, for example, lets artists request an advance of up to 50% for large grants. Next slide. We believe time is of the essence. We are here because we want to bring these challenges to light so that we can work together on solutions that work for everyone. We would like to ask the City Council to direct the City Manager to meet and work with the Richmond Arts community, the Richmond Arts and Culture Commission, and its county liaison to address, council liaison, to address the challenges presented tonight and to develop a plan on how to improve the whole grants process, including contracts, requirements, and payment schedules, and the payment schedules that the city asks of artists. Richmond has had a great history of supporting and growing the arts through its various public arts programs. Let's find a collaborative way to help the city revitalize these programs and the role they play in making our city a welcoming place for all who live, work, and visit here. And next slide. And as I mentioned before, we would like to make it clear that we have already been meeting with the city manager's office on these issues, including one meeting yesterday. We would like to continue working with them to implement some of these solutions on a trial basis. And we also want to thank them for that opportunity. And this is a time for questions.
Great, thank you. Madam Clerk, if you can please call the speakers.
Okay, we currently have 8 in-person speakers. If there's anyone joining us online that would like to address the council on this item, please raise your hand at this time. As I call your name, please come forward. Cordell Hindler, John Worley, Dwayne Oakley, Tierra Amara, Allison Dang, Michelle Seville, and Kate Sibley.
So, good evening again, Vice Mayor Cepeda, Council. For the record, I am Cordell Handler, and this is an opportunity to thank Councilmember Jimenez for bringing this item forward, and thank you to the presenters. So, as far as the recommendations go, if you want to include the community in hiring an arts and cultural manager, you have to include everyone. That means from the artists all the way to the other business stakeholders, because we want to be included in this process. So I second the liberty of, I have wrote down some consultants that the cities has used to do the recruitment. So I would recommend choosing one of these firms, and then you got to include the artists, the business community, and community members like me that know everything that's going on in Richmond. So I will go along with these recommendations. So with that, I'll give my turn to John Worley.
Next speaker is John Worley.
I'm John Worley, public artist, and I've actually served in a lot of different capacities in the Public Art Advisory Committee and the Richmond Arts Center. And I'm just here to support the visual arts group that would like to see this process function a lot smoother and easier for the artist. Over my career here, it's been, it's been pretty easy, but it's gotten more complex as more bureaucracy gets involved. The first murals I did were actually before they even really had an official art commission or percent for arts. The first mural on McDonald was paid out of the mayor's golf fund back when George Livingston was the mayor. So I know there have to be some constraints as far as how the process is done, but it certainly could be a lot smoother. And I think that including the artists in making up how the game is played would be beneficial for everyone and would end up providing, more and better art for Richmond. And, I'd like to see that happen. So thank you very much.
Dwayne Oakley.
Good evening. Happy holidays, everyone. My name is Dwayne Oakley. I'm a musician and business owner here in resident of Richmond. What the ladies have talked about is right in line with how we feel about our exposure in the Richmond community. We would like to be of more service and keep the morale high around this town. We have approached the city council before and members of the city council and talked about how we would like to be included in the workings of the Richmond art community. There are many musicians around that are living in Richmond that need to be a part of the community and exposed in the community. And this is what we advocate. We're working with the Musicians Alliance of the Bay Area and Whippoorwill Arts Organization that supply entertainment for community gatherings and special events. We would like to do more. We would like to be of service. Thank you very much.
Tierra Amar.
Good evening, and yeah, thanks for that great presentation. My name is Tiara Amar. I represent a coalition of musicians based in Richmond called Whippoorwill Arts, and I work with the American Federation of Musicians Local 6. I'm also a studio facilitator at NIAD. Like Ruthie Deneen mentioned before, performing arts and live music are essential to Richmond's communities. Live music is medicine. Live music is also public safety. It's the oldest ritual that humans gathered around. Richmond has a beautiful history of live music. It was the hotspot of West Coast blues. People used to drive up and down the coast, not to play in San Francisco, not to play in Oakland, but to play here in Richmond. Paid opportunities to perform have really dwindled for Richmond's musicians in the past few decades, and based on our research, musicians' wages have not increased since 1985. We feel really encouraged by a city council that is demonstrating deeper investment into Richmond's artists, and Richmond's community members and resident musicians agree there needs to be more live music in Richmond. City-funded music for communities is often relegated to a few big festivals and a couple library performances a year. We would like to work with the city and the new arts and culture manager to ensure that when public dollars are spent on the arts, money actually gets to the artists. Musicians are typically paid $50 to $100 for a gig, which is typically about 4 to 5 hours of work. We need to ensure that artists are paid at ethical rates that consider their cost of doing business, so they do not come out of gigs in the hole. City of Oakland implemented our pay recommendations last year for their grant-making program, and we hope that the City of Richmond will eventually do the same. We need more gigs for musicians, contracts for those gigs, so that artists can better access existing social safety nets in the form of disability and subsidized health insurance. Thanks so much, y'all.
Okay, our next speaker is Allison Dane, followed by Michelle Seville.
Hello, I'm Allison Dang. A few of you might know me as Allison Blakely from the Recreation and Parks Commission, but I'm here tonight in my capacity as a professional musician. I'm a violinist, and I do live in El Sobrante, and I carpool all over the Bay Area with Richmond musicians as we try to make a living by piecing together lots of different kinds of gigs. We play at festivals and farmers markets. We play for weddings and funerals, as well as doing symphony, opera, and ballet. As Tiara just said, Richmond at one time was a leader in the Bay Area music scene. It can be that again. You have so many wonderful, fine musicians of lots of different genres and cultures in this area. Envision Contra Costa sees a future where people live near where they work and work near where they live. Richmond could lead our county towards this vision, as well as demonstrating they value, appreciate,
and respect their musicians by taking a small first step in committing to a minimum wage when they employ musicians. Thank you very much.
Michelle Seville.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Michelle Seville, El Sobrante. As a longtime resident of Richmond and as former arts and culture manager, I'm personally saddened to observe the current state of the arts in Richmond. Many grant recipients are reporting problems. Contracts aren't being paid in a timely manner, which causes great financial hardship. Public art maintenance is delayed for months and sometimes even years, and the Art Commission's membership has declined. Richmond has for decades been nationally celebrated as one of the leading cities in public art. Former arts and culture commissioners and I were once very proud of our reputation, but over the past 5 years, the arts community has expressed that it feels unheard and unsupported. Despite an almost $2 million public art fund, calls for new projects have ground to a halt. There may be reasons for these developments, but the result has had a chilling effect on the arts in our city. Surely we can come up with a better solution. With the sudden and unfortunate passing of the arts and culture manager, what we were hoping for is a place at the table where community members, artists, business owners, and those with institutional knowledge about the arts can collaborate with the city staff to help find a knowledgeable and dedicated replacement for this vacancy. We need someone with strong public art experience, an enthusiasm for working with the community, and an eagerness to begin new projects. And we ask the city to be transparent and open in finding a new way forward. I am confident that this is possible, and we look forward to making it happen. Thank you so much.
Our last speaker is Kate Sibley.
Good evening. I'm Kate Sibley. First, I want to thank Councilmember Jimenez for helping us bring these issues to the Council's attention. As a former Richmond Arts and Culture Commissioner and a Public Art Advisory Committee member, I've been deeply concerned about the state of the City of Richmond's support of the arts. Since the city incorporated the Richmond Arts Center into its innovative Civic Center back in the 1940s, our city has been a Bay Area leader in supporting the arts. This leadership was further solidified in 1987 when the City Council established its public art program. In the last decade, your council predecessors further advanced this support and leadership by establishing the 1% for public art and private development to supplement the 1.5% for public art and public projects. However, in the past 4 to 5 years, city staff have left that support slip to the point where public art and our local artists have seen a real decline in communications, public art opportunities, and maintenance and care of existing public art. Artists who've applied for the Neighborhood Public Art Mini Grant Program have met with escalating demands for burdensome and unwarranted insurance coverage that can cost over half of the amount of the full mini grant, which is generally in the $9,000 to $10,000 range. To add a further burden, artists must purchase this insurance coverage prior to even getting a signed contract, leaving them in debt until they get paid, which is sometimes delayed for much longer than necessary. This mini grant program was established to encourage emerging artists and youth to grow their art and help their neighborhoods and communities become more interesting and attractive. We need help on this. We need some better work with the community. So let's just work to bring the arts back into a leadership role in the city. Thank you.
That was our last in-person speaker. Now we'll move to the online speakers. We have 2 speakers.
Okay, and those 2 speakers are Mario Guarneri and Claudia Citron. Mario, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hey. Hello, my name is Mario Guarneri. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm a member of the board of directors of the Local 6 Musicians Union. I grew up in this Bay Area. I was in Berkeley when I was a a teenager, there was a union, specific musicians union in Richmond, which I was a member of. We had a rehearsal band every Monday night in the Richmond Center. There's a lot of music happening. Um, I'm now working with Local 6. I also have a nonprofit called Jazz in the Neighborhood, which helps subsidize and present concerts. Over the last 13 years, we've paid out over $1 million to musicians in guaranteed salaries. And we look forward to opportunities like this one to work together to help bring our diverse group of players to Richmond and to reinvigorate the music there, along with Dwayne and all the other people who have talked tonight. We also have worked with the East Bay Center. I know director there, and we've worked with emerging artists, young people play with professionals on the bandstand. It's a great program, which we could certainly get going with East Bay. So if you give us a chance, we have a jazz mobile which goes around to parks and plays free music, and that's very affordable and very welcoming for music. So I hope we can bring more music back to Richmond. We're here to help, and please just call on us for any questions you might have. Thank you for the opportunity to talk to you.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Claudia Citron. You can go ahead and start.
So before I get into the positive comments, let me point out you spent 45 minutes on an elitist pet project. You have not, and I mentioned it last time, you have not addressed the fact that SNAP recipients in this town are losing benefits, that many undocumented residents are losing their medical. This is more important. This is Jimena's livelihood. These are her constituents. So instead, you spend time on getting an art, spending money on an art professional. Why not reestablishing the art committee? I remember when this was in place, there was decent art out there. The last 5 years, the art that's been presented is third grade, mediocre, and it's an eyesore. It is not standardized, it's ugly, and it's awful, and I actually can't wait for it to go. I'm also pleased that the musician community came out in force to speak, because the presentation was basically going for the little, the little murals, which we really don't need in this town anymore in order to become a leading community. So again, let me point out, this council continues to fail setting priorities. SNAP benefits losing and medical benefits losing. That's a majority of Richmond residents, and you have not addressed it. It is shameful, it is shameful, it is shameful, it's elitist, and I yield my time.
That was the last public speaker.
All right, thank you for that. Thank you for the presentation. Colleagues, I want to be aware of our time. So colleagues, Councilmember Wilson. So sorry, not to call you out. Just want to make sure we're aware of time. So I want to make sure that this item, we're going to give ourselves 15 minutes for any further debate, and then we need to make a motion so we can move on to other items, because this is our last agenda item of the year. So we need to approve a lot other stuff. So if we can please get this done in the next 15 minutes. Do we have any questions or comments? And I'm going to go ahead and do 3 minutes for comments from each council member. All right. Bana and then Brown. Go ahead. Anyone on this side? Go ahead.
So do we get more or still
3 minutes.
Thank you for the presentation. And I wanted to thank all the artists for their comments. And Mr. Burley, it's good to see you in person. I've seen your work a lot, and it's nice to associate the face. And Ms. Seville, I always admired what you've done for this city. I was the Arts Commission liaison for a brief time, and I heard a lot of complaints from artists. So it's good to see there's an opportunity to make change. I'm very glad about this. Thank you, Claudia, for bringing this item. Art is a necessity. It's not just food for soul. It's for community building. And if we improve it in the city of Richmond, it brings money to the city. It enhances the community. It's good for community building. It's good to promote culture. Many immigrants introduce themselves by the culture. We had earlier in the day comment about Islamophobia. How do we fight against hate, xenophobia, Islamophobia? Through cultural events, through music. I've been trying to do that, and I'm still working on it, and I hope to be able to work with some of you, at least the musicians, because it's very important. I discovered that there are many churches and schools that are willing to allow us to use their spaces to have these events. My district, especially District 4, is an art desert, so I hope to bring events to it, and I hope to be in touch with many of you. And along that line, I hope that the auditorium fixes its sound system so we can have musical events at the auditorium. It's such a beautiful venue and awesome, and we can have many events. I mean, anyway, I love dance, I love music, I love art. I'm not an artist, but I really enjoy it. I think it's an absolute necessity. And I just have one question or maybe suggestion. If you could have blanket insurance for the artists and art events and everything from the city as a part of that. So instead of each artist pay their own insurance, which is a lot, just one blanket insurance for the art events, art projects, and everything, that might be helpful. That's my suggestion, the city manager to consider and explore it. That's all. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, Councilmember Brown.
Yes, thank you so much for the presentation as well. It's great to see a lot of familiar faces. I am a proud painter on the Parchester sound wall, my little green patch right there. Just a quick question, and it's probably a question for staff. I know in the presentation it was mentioned that in 2021, upfront payments were discontinued, and I'm wondering why that was, why it was discontinued.
There has been an issue in the past that where we needed to make sure that procurement was done appropriately.
Okay. Okay, and was that also including like the mini guardrails that were mentioned tonight that's been set in place? Did something trigger that, or a particular incident trigger us putting so many requirements?
Staff is prepared to present on their annual report tonight, and so they can incorporate some of the findings and recommendations that they have in terms of how to address some of these concerns. But for example, in 2025, there was a state Senate bill that was enacted after the NPA grants were already awarded. I believe it was in 2025, at rather end of 2024, that changed requirements pertaining to murals. And so none of us were anticipating like this state legislature change and how murals were to be addressed. And so then that subsequently had to be integrated into our plan. Then the state legislature, working with the California League of Cities, it's one of the things I had also noted with their staff, was subsequently rescinded by the state legislature. And so there's some things that just happen sometimes that, yes, the city can do better, but then there's also things that are beyond our control, whether it's the state legislature and or insurance requirements, because we're part of a risk pool. So one of the things we discussed regarding insurance is potentially if everyone is amenable to it, we could potentially have a fiscal agent. And so a fiscal agent could then facilitate the contracts, and so that would provide this more of an umbrella strategy versus the individual. But these are things that the NPA grant awards, we want to award the ones that have already been selected this evening. And part of the reason why in this current fiscal year budget, I increased the dollar amount awarded to the NPA program to $110,000 and now up to $160,000 is to hopefully increase the dollar amount award of the NPA grants to cover that increased cost of insurance.
Okay, so it
But
wasn't
I'm not
like
sure, but that was my intention. But if the commission, right, awards more grants and there's not in the budget included in the budget is the insurance, then that's where things sort of have run afoul.
Okay, it's great to know that it wasn't just staff like putting
Yeah, no,
all
there's
these
multiple, it's
requirements,
a
that there was
there's multiple
legislative
reasons why
obligations.
there's issues, but we've been working collaboratively to address their concerns, and we're happy to continue to do so, and we want to be very supportive of the arts. I mean, we do have a long history and legacy of being supportive of the arts, much of the art here in the council chambers and throughout the city, whether it's Hacienda, Nevin, the BART station, BART Garage. You know, we've invested hundreds of millions of dollars in art, and we want to continue to do so.
Okay, and lastly, it's just hearing about all of the reimbursement issues. And so not just from artists, but just across departments, I hear a lot of negative feedback regarding reimbursement. Do we have an approach on making that particular process more efficient in the new year to come?
We've said that we can try to go back to advancing funds, but that means that folks really have to really follow the procurement policies. Like if you're involved with if you're at a certain table, then that means like you can't apply for funds, right? So we just have to make sure there aren't any conflicts of interest.
Okay. All right, thanks.
Sorry, Councilmember Robinson.
So thank you, everybody, for bringing this forward. It's been a kind of a chronic, painful issue for some time, and I think everyone has been suffering quietly-ish for some time, and I just wanted to, say thank you for bringing it forward. I do think that there are many municipalities that have arts programs that are very helpful for artists to participate in. I would hope that we could look at some of our neighboring cities and what they're doing, and make sure we have good procurement practices, but that also don't, kind of victimize our artists and drive them into debt. I love this notion of a broad understanding of the arts as well. I'm a lover of visual arts with a daughter who is herself a painter and a sculptor, but the performing arts are so important, and I hope that the person who is in this new position can really, reach back into our history, reach forward into all of the amazing things that are happening in the city, and really create supports for those things to come forward. So I did wonder, my question was, we have hired somebody to start the process for.
Yes, so Bob Murray and Associates, the council approved the contract for us to have, they're one of the recruiters that we work with, and so the council have all been contacted regarding the recruitment to provide input. One of the things, this agenda is very robust, so we haven't had a chance to thoughtfully confer with HR and the city attorney's office to make sure we follow the personnel rules, because this position actually doesn't report directly to me and is a civil service representative mid 21 position. And so we have to figure out how to effectuate this. But our intention is in alignment with the council's values, and we're aligned there. And so that's why we're starting the process with the council providing input on what you think would be helpful in a candidate. And then we'll go from there.
Okay. I guess I'm unfamiliar with the requirements around hiring somebody who's in that level.
Yeah.
Would it be possible to have community input or participation in that hiring panel?
We can. We just have to figure out how to best do that. And I think there was a lot of recommendations in this report. And so now that we will have some time between now and the next meeting and then into January where we can figure out how to best effectuate that. But it is more complicated than in a police chief recruitment where the person reports directly to me.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well,
because I'm technically not the hiring manager.
Yeah, I would
and
really
we have to follow the civil service processes.
Right. I'd really be in support of trying to figure out how many of these recommendations that we can incorporate.
Oh, yeah, no, absolutely.
Into,
we're in alignment.
How we move forward. And then I just wanted to also say, it's really good to see Michelle Seville. I had so many great experience with the arts when you were the arts and culture manager. Fabulous job. So it's good to see you. Thanks.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, thank you so much for presenting and being discussions with me about these challenges and just kind of like you being proactive to really wanted to spend time and engage with the city to improve this. And I hope that we can do it. And I also want to thank the city manager because as soon as we started talking about this, she was really proactive in ways to have an open and transparent process for the hiring of the new arts manager, as well as thinking about ways she already has some really good ideas about how we can improve the procurement process. So thank you so much for being proactive on that. Like you really jump into this. So when we come to this agenda tonight, there is so many things that are already happening. And the idea is that we can keep doing it and come to a fruition where we are actually supporting small artists to be part of the economy and be part of how the city improves in years to come. So I will make a motion that we direct the city manager to develop a transparent community process on hiring an arts and culture manager and to report back to the arts communities and city council on the result of the hiring process, and direct the city manager to meet and work with the Richmond artists community, Richmond Art and Culture Commission, and the City Council liaison to address the challenges presented tonight, and to develop a plan on how to improve the whole grant process, including contracts and requirements that the city asks of artists. I would like to add a timeline because I don't want this to get dragged out. I was just thinking that maybe come back and city manager, you tell me if that is possible, and come back to city council with recommended actions by mid-year budget discussion in 2026. Will that be possible? At least some initial recommendations?
Yes.
Okay, so I will add to the motion that and come back to city council with recommended action by mid-year budget discussion in 2026.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second. And Madam Clerk, if you can please take the roll.
Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Bonner,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson,
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Zepeda.
And yes, and I didn't get a chance to make any comments because we're running short on time, but I echo, and you all know that I love the arts. Thank you for being here, and thank you for helping beautify our city.
The motion passes with Mayor Martinez absent.
Colleagues, we're looking at the time here, so I would like to make a motion that the future public comment, that we go from 2 minutes to 1 minute to try to limit it so that we can try to get through 6 items that we might need to get through. Some of them are budget related, so we need to try to get to as many as we can. If we have more time, then we can open it up again. And then we want to get through them as quickly as possible. The next item, so that is my motion there, to try to get through the items.
You need a second?
Second.
Okay, we need 5 votes. Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Bonner,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson,
No.
Councilmember Robinson,
No.
and Vice Mayor Zepeda.
Yes.
The motion fails, with Council members Wilson and Robinson voting no.
All right, hopefully we don't have that many. All right, next is, I want to move up item
S1.
S1.
Item
To make sure that we get
S1
that going.
is to accept the resignation of Dave Alshire and Widener LLP as city attorney, approve a legal services agreement with Alshire and Widener LLP for ongoing legal services in an amount of $150,000 for a term ending December 31st of 2026. Approve an agreement with Shannon Moore for interim city attorney services, and authorize a request for proposals for the city attorney recruitment.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Okay.
Who do we have present? Oh,
Ta-da.
welcome.
Hello. So I'll give you sort of the shorter version of the report. As you all know, we've received the resignation of the city attorney, Dave Alshire. So now we're in need of interim services to cover until you all can do a recruitment. So that's the quick version. Let's see. First, you have to accept his resignation. 2, you have to approve the LSA, the legal services agreement with his law firm, Aylshire and Winder, so that you can continue working on some of the big projects that he's working on. He's had an excellent time of solving some of the really hard problems you all have had, and we want him to continue on with that work. So we have converted the existing agreement into a standard legal services agreement that will be managed by the interim city attorney or the permanent city attorney once that comes over. Like any of the agreements, if the work is not finished, it can be extended or adjusted as needs be. Shannon Moore, the Chief Assistant City Attorney, has agreed to fill in as interim city attorney while you all do a recruitment. As part of the contract for her services, because she's stepping up out of her position into the city attorney position on an interim basis, she will get the right to go back to her existing position should another person be selected for city attorney. She is also getting a bump up in pay as is appropriate because she will be taking on all the work of managing all the attorneys and all the outside counsel. So it's approximately a 15% increase. It's $14,244 a month for an annual amount of $341,392. She'll also be getting deferred comp paid by the city, put into a 457 agreement up to $24,500 a month. The salary for the permanent city attorney, I propose will be reviewed by the recruiting firm that I hope the city will hire, and they'll do the proper survey. We just did a quick and dirty survey of local city attorneys when we were coming up with an amount for Shannon. The recruiting firm will find by using a request for proposals, and we'll bring that request for proposals back to you hopefully at the January 16th, 18th, whatever that meeting is, so you all can take a look at it, because of course I want to make sure that you all we're looking for the right things in a city attorney that you all want. And we'll work, the first step on that is finding the proper recruiting firm. Because the city attorney reports directly to the council, I'll help manage that process so there can be no conflicts or anything else, including if Shannon applies for the job and all that good stuff. So that's the very quick version. How else can I help you?
Thank you so much. And for those in the public, if you can please take any comments outside, please, so we can, because it echoes back over here. Madam Clerk, before we take City Council comments, do we have any public speakers?
We have one public in-person speaker. If there's anyone online that would like to address the council, please raise your hand at this time. Speaker is Cordell Handler.
So I'm gonna keep it short too. So Vice Mayor Cepeda, for the record, I am Cordell Handler, Richmond. So as far as like the recommendations for proposals, I already put together a list of some possible proposals. So if you recall at the last meeting, you approved Bob Murray and Associates, so that's one option. But the other option is Koff and Associates, aka Gallagher, because they have worked with the city of Richmond before on the city attorney recruitment. So my suggestion is to authorize these possible consultants and to approve Shannon more as the interim city attorney until this gets dealt with. So I will go along with all these recommendations as presented. So that's it.
Okay, there are no other speakers.
Okay, thank you. Colleagues, and I saw Wilson and then Jimenez.
So I'm gonna, I think we should quickly approve this. But I first want to say that in the year that I've been on city council, I've been continually impressed by the legal skills of Dave Aylshire and by the whole firm of Aylshire and Winder. I think they've really come up with some really effective strategies and ideas and successful things, even in the year I've been here. So I'm very happy that what we're doing here is a transition in which we are going to continue to be able to contract with Dave Aylshire and his firm in order to do ongoing legal services of a specialty nature, which is what they really excel at that. And so I want folks to know that this is a smooth transition, that I think we're on good terms moving from Aylshire in the position of city attorney into a consulting attorney role, which I think is more consistent with what our needs as a city is. And I'm very excited that we have someone as skilled as Shannon Moore to step into the interim position. And I'm very excited that Heather's going to help us get a full recruitment going. I think this is what's best for the city, is to move into a role where we have someone, locally based in person as a city attorney, but also delighted that we still get to keep Aylshire close to us to give us great advice. So can I just make a motion that we approve this?
You can, but there's still comments.
Okay, more comments.
I just wanted to second the motion and second Councilmember Wilson comments. I just wanted to say that it was a delight to work, and it has been, and I continue to be a delight to work with Dave Aylshire. He is providing a lot of support in things that were really difficult for us. Like, as you saw, Senator Aregin talking about Point Molari, and now taking and celebrating that was a whole lot of work of many community members and the Progressive Council that we have. And I am glad that Dave Aylshire took that challenge when other city attorneys and others council were like, this is so difficult. And he helped us to really figure out how the vision that the community had was getting into fruition. And because of that, we now are like Senator Arreguin is talking about Point Molari as a park. So I want to thank him for all the great advice that he had been giving us. He was also instrumental on helping us to have the settlement agreement with Chevron, and that and the final legal language, and he worked really hard in the short amount of time to get the best for Richmond. So thank you, and we will continue to work with him. And thank you, Shannon, for stepping up. You have been doing a lot of work, and I think it's great that you now are stepping in this challenge of dealing with all of us in the City Council and our ideas on legal strategies. So welcome and thank you.
All right, Councilmember Urbana.
Yeah, Dave Aylshire did many good things for the city, but I never was happy with the model that the city attorney is a private attorney that has his own firm, that hires, his other attorneys in the firm for different litigations or projects. I'm much happier now that we're going to have our own city attorney where there is no conflict of interest, and we can hire Dave and other attorneys at his firm, for different projects. But he's not our city attorney. There's no conflict of interest. So I'm very happy about this. I only have one quick question. What is the process for hiring the attorney?
What is the, I'm sorry, I missed that.
The process,
Oh, the
very
process.
briefly, an outline of the process for
Yeah, very
hiring the new
briefly,
city
we
attorney.
will, I'll draft up an RFP so we can seek the consulting firms. Then we'll bring that back to the subcommittee, and the subcommittee will review it, assuming we get a number of candidates, firms who want to do the recruitment. They'll probably pick.
Which subcommittee?
The subcommittee, right now, we're going on the assumption that it is the mayor, Councilmember Wilson, and Councilmember Robinson.
I thought that subcommittee was assigned to review Dave Alishire's performance, but we didn't decide on hiring the new.
Yeah, so the city attorney subcommittee for right now.
I don't think if we have such subcommittee at this point. So
Yeah.
why don't you just bring it to city council?
Well, I don't get to pick who the subcommittee members are. So that is something that we can discuss with the mayor and maybe bring it back at the January meeting.
Okay. All right, so I'm sorry, you were,
Yes, so we'll pick the recruiting firms. The subcommittee will take a look at the recruiting firms, make a recommendation to the council as a whole. Council as a whole will select the recruiting company. The company will interview you all, probably members of the council, get an idea of what the ideal candidate will look like, and then they'll go out on the process, advertise, and beat the bushes to find the best possible candidate. Then council as a whole, plus probably, as is typical for a city attorney recruitment, you have different groups interviewing the candidate, the finalist candidates, like a committee group, department head group, things like that. And then in the end, you'll all will select a candidate, and it'll be the council's decision as a whole who is selected.
okay, thank you.
All right, thank you for that. Councilmember Jimenez, you wanted to make a motion?
I approve the item.
Okay, do we have a second? Okay,
I'll second.
we have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, if you can please take the roll.
Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Bonner,
Yes,
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson,
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cepeda.
Yes.
The motion passes with Mayor Martinez absent.
Thank you very
Thank you.
much.
So, Vice Mayor, would you like to make a motion to extend the meeting to 11?
Yes, we'll need to make a motion because we do have a couple of items that need to be looked at before the end of the year, or we need to look at them. So at a minimum, we need to look at S3 at a very minimum. So I'll make a motion to move till we finish S3.
Okay.
And the other items that were on consent that got pooled, which is P4F, P7B, P4C, will need to be moved to January, unless Ms. Curl, you think that there's any other urgency with any of those there. There's
I'm
a mini
sorry,
grants as well.
Sorry, I'm working on the ACFR. Can you replay? One of our council members before, she's like, what are you always doing in the meeting? I'm like, I'm working on the ACFR right now. So I'm sorry, Vice Mayor, can you please restate what you were?
Yes, I'm trying to figure out
suggesting?
which items to
Yeah, no, I
keep.
heard, but which numbers, I'm
So,
sorry?
From the ones that got pooled,
Uh-huh,
do we need any of those to be approved before the end of the year? I'm looking at P4F, is that one? Because that's funding.
yes,
So then the motion
yes,
then.
we just heard from our stakeholders. We want to be mindful and.
Perfect, thank you. I think we might have time for at least two items. So colleagues, if we can move forward with hearing P4F along with, and first up is the S3, because we need to approve the rates.
Yes.
So if we can do at least those two items to get us
What
to
is
the
not
end of the
being heard
agenda.
is what might be helpful for me to understand.
What would not be heard is S4. It will be P4C and P7B. The other ones are more talking points. These two have to deal with.
Can I make a suggestion?
agendas.
What about, since some of these are, you're just receiving the report, you could just approve them administerially, because there's no, you don't need to actually have a presentation.
I know, but we're gonna have to go through public comment, and we're gonna have to do that, so I
If
think
there
we're
is
gonna run out
public
of time.
comment, yeah, you could just ask for public comment. I respectfully request that we just try to get through as many as possible, and especially where it just says receive a report,
Okay, so which items?
all of them.
The process says we have to specify which one, so we wanna go through all of them?
Yes, please.
And then till the end, and then we're
Yes.
done at 11 o'clock. We can no longer go past that. So then let's go ahead and go. If the motion then is to try to hear as many as possible with S3 and P4F with priorities, because those are financial, and then we go until we can't go anymore.
Yes, please.
All right, that is the motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk, if you can please hit the roll.
Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Bonner?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Zepeda?
Yes,
The motion passes with Mayor Martinez absent.
thank you. Then we'll go on to item S3.
Item S3 is to receive a presentation from West Contra Costa Integrated Waste Management Authority on the new solid waste post-collection agreement and rates starting January 1, 2026, and adopt a resolution acknowledging receipt of the presentation.
Good evening, Vice Mayor and council members. KCRT, can you please put up the slide deck? As we take a moment to transition to the next agenda item, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to everyone that has contributed to the post-collection agreement. That includes 3 representatives on our Recycle More board, Recycle More staff, and consultants H, F, and H. And our Recycle More board members include Councilmember Brown, Robinson, and Vice Mayor Zepeda. I'd like to thank them for their leadership in bringing this to fruition. I know that it's a great deal of work that you participate in the JPA board in addition to your other boards and commissions and city council member. And I would also like to thank our environmental manager, Samantha Carr, for all of her hard work.
First slide, please.
KCRT, please put up.
Good evening, Vice Mayor, members of the council. Given the late hour and the fact that you have additional business to attend to, I'll try to make this presentation as brief as possible, but I'll certainly avail myself to your time and questions as you see fit at its conclusion. So with that, my name is Cliff Feldman. I'm the Executive Director of the West Contra Costa Integrated Waste Management Authority, otherwise known as Recycle More. And this presentation is pertaining to a new agreement that was approved by our Board of Directors that impacts your ratepayers in the form of a fee charged on their garbage bills. So, first slide, please. So, to briefly recap, the collection services that your residents are provided via 2 contracts. One is a collection agreement with Richmond Sanitary Service for the franchise collection services, and the other agreement is the post-collection agreement that is managed by the Joint Powers Agency, Recycle More. Next slide, please. So our JPA is represented by 5 cities, one of which is Richmond and unincorporated areas of the county. Next slide, please. And the new contract that was recently basically continued, it was a continuation from the prior service provider for an additional 15 years with 2 potential 5-year extensions in concert with your franchise agreement for collection services, is to handle all of the material collected via your franchised service provider, which includes all the recycling, solid waste, compost, so forth. Next slide, please. In addition, in the new contract, there are some value-added enhancements related to SB 1383 compliance, which I'm sure you've heard quite a bit about over the years, which is a rather robust unfunded state mandate that requires all 480 cities statewide and the counties to increase the amount of organics as well as that is recycled, as well as numerous other aspects of the solid waste management system. We'll have more robust compliance for reporting, and we're going to continue with the student tours to the recycling facility, and there's extended producer responsibility legislation. Not legislation, provisions in the contract. Next slide, please. So, beginning January 1 will be the first first year of the new contract. And for the first 3 years, this chart represents the fixed price increase for 3 years. And then there will be a cap on the future increases related to a consumer price index. So for the first roughly 6 years, we have relative rate certainty beginning with a material specific rate of $158.41. And there are nuances to this presentation that this is the component that is paid to the service provider for the tonnage that is delivered by Richmond Sanitary Service that picks it up from your ratepayers, your households and your businesses. There are other components of the rate, which I'll get into in the next slide. But this is, by and large, 80% of the cost basis of a future contract is represented in this table, with the $158 this year, and then in the preceding 2 years, another fixed price increase, and then it's based on CPI for the remainder of the contract after that. Next slide, please. So these are the 4 components of the actual rate that is charged. As you can see, the first line represents that $158.41 for year 1. The government fees associated with the permitting and handling materials is about $11. The household hazardous waste program is another $13, and the Recycle More JPA budget represents $12 or 6.4% of the budget, whereas the material specific rate is right around that 81% of the overall per ton rate. Next slide, please. So what did that $195.82 represented is the blended per ton rate. When we multiply that by the overall tonnage collected through this franchised area, that results in a revenue requirement for 2026 of roughly $32 million. Of that, Richmond's portion then is transferred via the service levels, and that becomes the post-collection rates. So this is a large overview, which leads up to the next slide, please. And these are, the right-hand column shows you the rate impact, which is solely associated with the post-collection agreement. You have had other rate increases associated with your franchise agreement and the post-collection agreement. Within the last year, there were 2 other rate increases, and this is the final one. It's roughly, on average, a little less than 3% across your residential rate base, as you can see, with a 32-gallon being the most common service, right at 3%. Next slide, please. Because the commercial rate itself is a much higher cost basis, this is not on a per can rate. This is on a pure cubic yard rate, and it'll be a roughly 1.4% increase of that rate associated with the post-collection expense. Next slide, please. So these last 2 slides give you a comparison of where your rates kind of shake out in the Bay Area. Here in Contra Costa County, as you can see, your current rate on the left-hand side of this chart is $56.74. Beginning on January 1, it will go to $58.45. The current average in the county is roughly $52.56. But what's notable about this chart is that the cities in our sister JPA in Central Costa, Contra Costa, including Walnut Creek, Moraga, Lafayette, and so forth, their rates will go up roughly 28% next March, which will bring this average probably right up to your current rate of about $58, if not a little bit higher, when those averages are blended in. And that is because they've undergone recently the similar contractual and service provision upgrades that you have seen through your franchise agreement for collection and this post-collection agreement, and those rates start to impact those cities in 2027. Next slide, please. This just provides a benchmark for some cities in Alameda County, which again shows that all of the rates kind of Bay Area wide and throughout California have increased significantly over that $50 per month number in recent years. And this is a trend that all cities have faced, by and large, regulatory driven. So with that next slide, I'll be happy to answer your questions.
Thank you for the presentation. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment?
Yes, we have one in-person speaker. If there's anyone joining us online that would like to address the council on this item, please raise your hand. Speaker is Jamie Purcell.
Public speaker said no.
You'll pass? There are no public
You guys want
speakers?
to talk trash today? Okay. All right, perfect. And with that, we go to the council. Colleagues, any questions?
Just thank you so much for the presentation. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, then we let you go home and sleep. Thank you so much. And wait, actually, before you go, we need a motion to receive the presentation or not?
Yeah, you have to adopt the
And
resolution.
adopt
You have
the
to
resolution.
adopt
All right.
because it'll be on the increases.
So I make a motion to adopt the resolution, that's it, just adopt the resolution.
To adopt the resolution, right?
Yeah,
We don't need a motion to receive the presentation?
Receive presentation.
The whole thing. Okay, just read the whole thing.
Well, no. Please, respectfully, we need to make sure that it states as
All right, I'm going to read it.
Thank you.
Okay. So I am making a motion to adopt a resolution to approve the First Amendment to the exclusive franchise agreement with the Golden Bear Transfer. Is this the right one? No.
Wrong one.
S3.
S3.
Sorry. It's
I'm like,
late.
huh? No.
S3. Retake. Take two. Making a motion to receive a presentation from the West Contra Costa Integrated Waste Management Authority, AKA Recycle on the new solid waste post-collection agreement, PCA, and rates starting January 1st, 2026, and adopt a resolution acknowledging receipt of the presentation. Is that right? Yeah.
I second.
Ready?
Madam Clerk? go ahead and take the roll.
Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Bonner?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cepeda?
Yes.
The motion passes with Mayor Martinez absent. So we move to
Thank you so much.
P4F.
P4F, please.
Item
Okay, you're there.
P4F is to approve a recommendation from the Richmond Arts and Culture Commission for fiscal year 25-26 to award grants to 13 selected artists for a total combined amount not to exceed $160,000 for a term beginning January 1, 2026 and ending December 31st of 2026. Appropriate an additional $50,000 from the general fund and authorize the city manager or their designee to negotiate and execute agreements with approved grantees in a form substantially similar to the draft agreement attached here to as attachment 1. Do we have any speakers?
KCRT, can you pull up the slide deck, please?
I think unless the council has questions, if there's public comment, then
Well, the item was pulled. Is the person that pulled the item still online?
It was Claudia Citrian.
was it Claudia Citron?
Yes.
She's online. She's ready.
Okay, she pulled it.
And we have in-person speakers also.
Yeah, we also have some of the recommended recipients that have been waiting.
Go for it. Go ahead and do the presentation. Thank you.
Okay, next slide, please. Good evening, council members. I'm Nanette Beecham, Economic Development Director. I have beside me is Jordan Nesbitt. He's Administrative Assistant in the Arts and Culture Division. And we want to present to you tonight a recommendation to approve contract and awards for the MPA mini grant for 2025-2026. So this year, we had some increases in the mini grant awards based on recommendation of the RAC and the city manager to include additional monies for insurance purposes and other administrative purposes for the grantees. And so from last year, the grants were $65,000 in total, and it increased to $110,000 this particular year. The purpose of the grants are to support community-based public art in Richmond, and the focus was on community engagement, inclusivity, and enrichment to the lives of Richmond residents. And this award period will be from January 26 to December 26. Next slide, please. So this is the key dates around the request for proposals. We released the proposal in August 2025. We had mandatory workshops that included risk management and a way to walk through the application process. The grants application period was October 17th. We had a number of opportunities and meetings with RAC and other members of the panel to review and select or recommend the grant recipients. And it is our intention to have the awards be effective from January to December 2026. Next slide, please. Thank you. So again, the awards were, the RFP was released in August 2025, and there was a number of local artists and artists outside of the city that was outreach to, a total of over 1,000 local artists and organizations via email. Over 80 recipients attended the mandatory pre-application workshops where staff addressed questions regarding the guidelines, project scopes, and the recent changes in the insurances and the state regulations. The Arts and Culture Commission reviewed and evaluated 22 submissions, and the RAC, along with city staff, have selected and recommended 13 talented artists to recommend to you tonight. Next slide, please. Next slide. So the recommended action is to approve a recommendation from the Arts and Culture Commission for fiscal year 25-26 and to award to 13 selected artists for a total combined amount not to exceed $160,000 for a term beginning January 26 through December 26, and authorize the city manager or designee to negotiate and execute agreements with approved grantees in a form substantially similar to the draft agreement that's attached to the document.
Next slide.
That's it.
Is that the end of the presentation?
Yes.
Oh, here's one more slide.
Well, those are the 13.
Okay, perfect. Then with that then, we'll go over to public comment.
Yes, we have 4 in-person speakers. If there's anyone joining us online that would like to address the council at this time, please raise your hand. Jason Johnson, Darren Westmore, Cherie Dyson, and Free Brown. Please come forward. And I don't think they're here anymore.
All right.
We have 2 speakers online.
Here we have Claudia Citron and a user with the name Vibe Bistro. Claudia, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Claudia?
Yes.
Go ahead.
So I keep it short. I just want to know where I can actually look up those 13 artists. You say you recommend 13 artists, but there's no record of what kind of art they create, what's their track record. Wouldn't it have been kind of appropriate to include the names? I don't think we need more piecemeal artists. We do need an art commission, and I hope the council is mindful of prioritizing establishing an art commission prior to awarding all those grants, and then have, you know, a hodgepodge of who knows what out there. I collect art. I'm very much into art. I want art in this city, but I want also a decent art and not just kind of slogans painted on poles for homeless people to inspire them. That doesn't inspire homeless people. Food and shelter inspires homeless people. I yield my time.
The next speaker is a user with the name Vibe Bistro. If you can state your name for the record, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, good evening, and this is my first time addressing City Council. My name is Free Brown. I am the owner of Vibe Bistro, the executive director of Art at Vibe, and I want to appreciate the council and the Richmond Art Commission for acknowledging several of our artists to address people that want to define and confine what art is. You have blessed a few of our artists. Chef Marshawn Howard will present culinary arts, allowing community to learn how to access and engage food creatively. Cherie Dyson is another artist. Through her business, Sage and Needles, she will be at Vibe Bistro, continuing to provide textile art through sewing, fixing men projects, etc. Jason Johnson is a filmmaker who is also receiving a mini grant, who will light up the Iron Triangle corner at Vibe Bistro, teaching community members how to engage art via filmmaking. And so diversifying how we see art and who can present art is very important here in Richmond. We heard some comments that hinged on xenophobia, etc. And when we allow art to be diverse, we allow voices to be diverse. So thank you for supporting art in a way where other people may not see it as appropriate, through food, through textile, through videography and photography. So my name is Free Brown. You will be hearing and seeing more from us. We had to go home. I had to wake up. I heard our number. But I want to appreciate you all and Economic Development, the Arts and Cultural Commission for taking the time to see this work through with the untimely passing of Winifred. So thank you for diversifying the voice of art in Richmond.
Thank you. And that was the last speaker.
Perfect. Thank you for that. If there's no more speakers, then we're going to go ahead and go to the council. Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation, and it's great to hear that the award is going, and I hope that when we continue to improve this grant application, that all the 80 applicants apply, because it's easier and it's supporting more artists. My question is, how much money will be left in the art fund after awarding these $160,000?
The art funds have they have different funding streams. So this one in particular, essentially what we're doing is we're requesting an additional appropriation for $50,000 from the general fund. So it will come back to council administerially as part of the mid-year. But this, we budgeted originally 110,000 and we're requesting 160,000.
Okay, and in the other funds, can you tell us how much money it is?
Yes, I think their staff is prepared to do that under the annual report for the arts item.
Okay, I look forward to see that number. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Colleagues, any other questions on this? So question on why are we using 50 from the general fund and not from the art fund? That has like $2 million in it, right?
There's ordinances that require how the percent for public art and the 1.5% for, there's 1.5% for capital improvement projects, right? And those are associated. So for example, like with the library, we're setting aside 1.5% of the project cost for public art. And then it's 1% for private development. So there are different regulations around how the different art funds can be used. If there is time, we can certainly go through that in the annual report as well. Rita is here from the finance team, who is the finance staff person to this, to economic development, and she can review that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Colleagues, any other questions? All right, seeing none. City Attorney, do we need a motion to approve? All right, colleagues, I'll entertain a motion to approve this item.
I make a motion that we approve this item.
Do we have a second?
I second.
All right. Madam Clerk, if we can please take the roll.
Councilmember Brown.
Yes.
Councilmember Bonner.
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson.
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cepeda.
Yes.
Motion passes with Mayor Martinez absent.
Thank you. All right, we're going to go ahead and move us forward to item S4, continuing on the arts.
Okay. Item S4, 1026, is to receive and accept the biannual written report and presentation regarding art projects being developed in the city from the Richmond Arts and Culture Division in collaboration with arts stakeholders. Do we have any speakers? We have 2 in-person speakers. If there's anyone joining us online that would like to address the council on this item, please raise your hand.
Thank you. Okay. Ms. Beecham, are you guys presenting?
Can we, sorry, can we have the slide deck, please? Good evening again. This is the biannual report. Some months ago, council approved an ordinance to provide a biannual report in December of every year and then again in June at the end of the fiscal year. So this is the first of this report. Next slide, please. So the following arts and culture ordinances, policies, and procedures documented were adopted on May 4th and May 18th of 2021. We have Arts and Culture Commission, Public Art Program, art policies. These are all available on our website, City of Richmond, Economic Development, Arts and Culture Division. Next slide, please. So the Arts and Culture Division supports nonprofit art organization and local artists by collaborating with city departments, outside governmental agencies, community-based organizations, foundations, and residents. We administer the 1% public art amongst development and improvement projects, implement additional arts and culture programs such as neighborhood public art, many grants that we just talked about earlier, and support the Richmond Arts and Culture Commission and Public Art Advisory Commission with staffing and administrative support. Next slide, please. I'm going really fast, so Jordan really helped put this presentation together. We have other economic development staff that help with this presentation, but I'm just breezing through it. So if you have any questions, just please stop us.
Arts and Culture Division accomplishment.
If you could put your microphone. There we go. Thank you.
Sorry. Arts and Culture Division accomplishments for 24-25. We completed the community art project, Parchester Village 88 mural panels along Giant Road. Selected 5 neighborhood public art mini grant recipients. Completed 5 MPA mini grant projects. Completed 2-year term for Poet Laureate contract, conducted technical assistance workshop to help artists work with the city of Richmond. In the pictures, you can see our Poet Laureate. You can see our coach, our former division manager, Winifred Day, with commissioners and artists, and some of the work we received from artists for our projects. Next slide, please. Public art projects and initiatives. These have recently been completed. The Parchester Village mural, the Osprey Bird sculpture, the MPA mini grant for fiscal year 24-25, Contra Costa County Family Justice Center sculpture, and the 23-25 Poet Laureate contract. Next slide, please. Current and developing projects, the annual arts organization funding, that is for RAC, NIAD, and East Bay Center Performing Arts. MPA mini grants for 25-26, the cultural plan, a new cultural plan, a strategic plan for arts corridor, a registry for installation, maintenance, and repair general contractor services. This is to support the maintenance of public art within the city. Professional photography services for public art inventory, to get new photos documenting the public art across the city and support our inventory. Public art.
I just want to make a comment of note. The annual arts organization, as mentioned earlier, it was initially funded for $150 for each organization. It has been increased to $200. So you saw amendment tonight to increase the contracts from $150 to $200. So there was an increase there. And then also the mini grants from 24 to 25, where it was $65,000, it increased to $110, and we just requested to add another 100 and another 50 for a total of $160,000.
Yep. We are completing a contract for our 25 to 27 Poet Laureate contract. Technical assistance and professional development workshops. We're looking to have more of these throughout the next coming calendar year, and working with arts organizations to host those technical assistance workshops there in their facilities. Art scholarship and recognition programs with Academy of the Art University scholarship. Previously, we had a scholarship some years past, and we're looking to potentially reestablish that scholarship. Next slide, please. Developing projects and initiatives. Currently, we have the Richmond Main Library renovation, which will include two murals, and one being a painted mural, the other being a mosaic mural. The Shield Reeds Park renovation, that is still ongoing. 2 projects are to be completed by the end of the fiscal year. Nevin Plaza artwork has finished up recently. The Allen Brother mural mosaics, those contracts are sought to be complete by the end of the calendar year, 26th calendar year. Harbor Way mural art, that is actually just completed. It's beautiful. It's 2 murals and a sculpture along Harbor Way as you head to the Kernway Pavilion Center. And the IMTT sculpture project along Cutting, those contracts are in development, and we are completing that process, hopefully by the end of this year.
Next slide.
Next slide, please. All right, current public art maintenance projects. Right now, we are looking to support an annual sculpture maintenance contract, specifically for the Civic Center and the Ferry Building. Graffiti abatement is an issue, and we're looking to release an RFP to support graffiti abatement and support new initiatives to support graffiti abatement. Oakway Park maintenance, that one is almost complete. There's been a renovation to the rock sculpture there, and the signage for new plants and other art pieces in that park. The BART tile cleaning at the Richmond BART station, there is a maintenance need for the Bas Reef murals down at the station. That was held up due to C-33 requirements, but because of Senate Bill SB 456 that recently passed, we'll be able to move forward with that. And then mural restoration projects. We are currently discussing an RFP with the commission to seek someone who can assist us with restoring the murals. The commission hopes to have some idea of what that RFQ will look like at the beginning of this next calendar year. Next slide, please. Public art contributions and funds. So currently, the private developer 1% requires private development projects valued over $500,000 to provide 1% building development costs. The CIP is capital improvement projects, 1.5%. Public art appropriation for city capital improvement projects require all city capital improvement projects valued over $300,000, including bond measures and extremely funded capital projects, to allocate 1.5 of total development costs to public arts. And then our general fund. Currently, at the moment, at the time, our 1% was valued at $1,092,000. Our capital improvement projects funds at $318,292, in general fund at $982,250. Next slide, please.
So here you'll see a breakdown of the contributions, the revenue over a 5-year period beginning at 2022. And we consolidate the chart to include, this is the historical budget for those years, and then at the end, the increase and the difference in the last year's budget. Next slide, please. And this slide represents the actuals. So you'll see 21 through 25, and we don't have the actuals for 2026. This report covers the 24-25 fiscal year. And you also see increases. Next slide, please. And here's some of the items that were completed of the private developer fund. Next slide, please. Some of the improvements, the main library. These are some of the schematics for the rehab of the main library that are underway. Next slide, please. From the 1% private developer fund, IMTT, as Jordan mentioned before, this is the proposed concept design, and we hope to enter in and execute the contract in the next couple of weeks.
Next slide, please. And this is another 1% private developer fund. This is the Allen Brothers mural, Allen Brothers Meat and Seafood Facility mural and mosaic art project. This would be a 200-foot linear mural going across the Allen Brothers warehouse facility, and we'll have 8 mosaic mural tabletops for the seating area, which there in the slide you can see 3 of the tables, but there will be a total of 8 of them on the property. Next slide, please. This is another project that was supported by the 1% Private Developer Fund, Parchester Village 88 Panel Mural Project. It originally started off as a Love Your Block project, and also I believe was supported by a mini grant, and then eventually gained greater supporting through the 1% Developer Fund. Community loved this project. There was a lot of community out there to support it. It was one of the great projects of the city. Next slide, please. Shield Reed's Park renovation. There are 5 public art sites here at the park. 3 of them are currently installed. 2 more installations are to be completed by the end of the fiscal year. Next slide, please. Here are images of some of the selected artwork to be installed at the park. On the top, you see a metal sculpture by Ed Marmolio, mosaic tile artwork from Javier Rocabato, a metal sculpture by James Moore, and a mural to be installed by Alexandra Bowman. Next slide, please. These are some of the community engagement projects these artists engaged with for this Shield Reed's art project. We have Louis Watts, a photographer, for one of the metal sculptures there at the park. Javier Rocabato teaching mosaic classes, architecture class, and James Moore with a sculpture class as well, and Alexandra Bowman's small mural art piece. Next slide, please. All right. So Richmond Arts and Culture Commission, current activities and initiatives. So RAC administers the MPA mini grants. Outreach to events. RAC has been present at this year's Cinco de Mayo Festival, Senior Health Fair, RX Park, Literacy Fair, and other small local events, and artist events. Spirit and Soul as well, yeah. Technical assistant workshop for artists. Serve as panelists on public art selection panels. Serve as project liaisons. And serve in commissioner recruitment. Currently in development, approval and acceptance of public art gifts. Recently, council accepted Christopher Peterson's artwork, Mon NX. That is an art piece of the Carlson Boulevard 80 intersection. It is a beautiful art piece as well. Approval and acceptance of private developer public artwork. Another in development, Art All Around Richmond. This is a attempt to capture more than just the registered public art, but all of art in Richmond. It's something that's supported by commissioners, and it's a creative attempt to add to our current inventory of art in Richmond. It encompasses unsolicited art, public art, and private art. Also, RAC reports or a newsletter. RAC Annual Coloring Book is another RFP that they're looking to commission for artists to participate in. RAC Biannual Mixers, Art in the Park, Civic Center Paint Parties, and RAC Art Space Activation. Next slide, please. Arts and Culture Division activities and initiatives. Activities and initiatives for the division: provide annual arts and culture programming funding for Richmond's largest arts organization. That includes NIAD, RAC, and East Bay Center of Performing Arts. Provide administrative support for the Richmond Arts and Culture Commission. Administer RAC's Neighborhood Public Art MPA, RAC's Neighborhood Public Art Mini Grant Program. Support Arts Corridor Strategic Planning. Select Richmond Poet Laureate for 2-year term. Manage Main Library Renovation Public Art Project. Manage Public Art Inventory. Resolve artists' professional challenges. That would be the CSLB and high insurance requirements. Conduct annual art vendor technical assistance workshop to help artists work with the city of Richmond. Currently in development, RFP for professional photography services, RFQ for consulting services for a cultural plan, RFQ to build artwork, installation, maintenance, repair, general contractor database. IMTT Public Art Large Scale Sculpture Commission, the Allen Brothers Warehouse Mural Mosaic Public Art Commission, RAC Mural Restoration RFQ RFP, Public Art Community Survey, and new RAC initiatives. Next slide, please.
It's just an overview of our budget. You can see where the large grants were increased to 200,000, and another type of line items. The Arts Corridor, which we are in the midst of, and that item was also on your agenda tonight. So the consultant is finalizing the strategic plan, but decided to go for more community outreach and get more solicitation of community members and community engagement. And it was originally 250, so the consultant has been issued $50,000, increased tonight by 15, and the 200,000 will go towards the strategic plan implementation. Next slide.
Arts and Culture Division, City Council items. Neighborhood Public Art MPA Mini Grant Awards for fiscal year 25-26. Approval of the grants. The 13 selected artists came to a total amount of $160,000. appropriation of additional $50,000 from the general fund for grant terms January 1st through January 1st, 2026 to December 31st, 2026. Annual Arts Organization Allocation Amendments, contract amendments with East Bay Center of Performing Arts, NIAD, and Richmond Arts Center. It increases the annual allocations from $150,000 to $200,000 for each organization, funding through fiscal year 2027. Richmond Arts Corridor Strategic Plan, contract amendment, as Annette just explained, to receive a status update on the, you are to receive a status update on the Richmond Arts Corridor project. Approve contract amendment number 1 to Independent Arts Media, adding $15,000 for expanded community outreach, and revise the contract total not to exceed $65,000 through June 30th, 2026. Next slide, please. Arts and Culture Division opportunities. Okay, so the division sees as opportunities is improve project tracking and transparency, improve project tracking and transparency to support clear timelines, continue expanding outreach and community engagement, conduct targeted community outreach to support development of arts corridor and strategic plan, continue aligning process so public art projects move forward smoothly and consistently through city programs, expand marketing and communication efforts following the hiring of city arts and culture city manager.
Mr. Vice Mayor, if there are public speakers, can we hear public speakers too for this item?
They're almost done, right?
Yeah, we're almost done, and we could conclude right here in case you have any questions. We would like to give opportunity to the public speakers as
We
that
have been
have
waiting
been
until
waiting.
now to make
Yes.
comments. I think it's important.
Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. We have 12 minutes. How many public speakers do we have? One public speaker?
Okay.
Cordell Handler.
Take your whole 2 minutes, Cordell.
He's a champ. He waited till the last.
Yes, so in the interest of time, so thank you, Vice Mayor Cepeda, Council. Thank you, Nanette and Jordan for this presentation. So I looked at this presentation, I'm amazed. So just receive it as written so we can get out of here in 12 minutes. That's it.
We have one online speaker.
Okay, Claudia Citron, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. Go ahead and start.
I'll keep it short. So, do you actually keep the maintenance cost for your public projects in mind? There is a lot of graffiti happening and damage happening to public art, and yet you want to increase an art corridor where there's more sculptures happening, which increases the number of graffiti and vandalism. I'm also surprised at the really cute little blocks on public art projects and initiatives on page 6 and 8. That is really wishy-washy. I just wish there would be a clearer purpose on where all this money is going. Like cultural plan, what is it really spent on? Is it going to artists, or is this all spending for the art commission? Because you guys definitely have a fancy a budget, and I just wonder whether these priorities are right, considering where the city needs to support seniors who lose SNAP or Medicare, or have to pay for increased trash and electricity and all the other things you keep increasing. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. Colleagues, do we have any questions or comments from Councilmember Jimenez?
Thank you. I just wanted to go back to my question before. It's like how much money we have in the fund. I saw.
Yeah, Rita, can you come forward and answer that question? So, because we've got 2 other colleagues that are going to try to wrap up in 10 minutes.
Thank you.
Can you pull the slide deck back up, please?
Or Rita, if you just have it verbally, go ahead. We don't really have
Good
time for the slide deck.
So for the Public Art Fund, they have on their fund balance as of fiscal year 25, 3.5 million. but as you can see on the 26 budget, there is 1.4 million budgeted as of now, so about 2.1 is in fund balance. Yeah, I mean, going through proper protocols with the ordinance and accordance with review with the committees to use those funds.
Yeah, can you provide us with this ordinance, because I was confused about why, the question that Vice Mayor asked about why we need to go back to general fund when we had $2.1 million in the fund? And is this, how this regulation came about? Because
Yeah, we can provide that via email. And if the council wants to change it, obviously, it's just, we did what was based on historic best practice.
yeah, thank you. It's good to know.
Colleagues, any other questions? All right, I have a couple
Quick
of
question.
Oh,
Sorry.
yes, no, go.
Yeah, so is this one of those things that if we don't spend it within a 5-year frame, we have to give it back or justify
No.
not spending
No.
it? Okay, so that's good to hear. And then also, what do we need to do to, it's piling up, and so like, what do we need to do to have it not pile up?
Those are the contracts that staff were talking about, that the RFPs that need to be issued. So it'll help once we go through the process to hire another staff person. Right now, other economic development staff are working collaboratively to support Jordan and Nanette.
Yeah, I'll go on that there as well. It pains me to see $2 million in the bank and not on the streets. So we want to make sure that we get it out there, because art needs to be seen and not put in a box, and definitely not just cash. So I double second that. And then why are we cleaning up the art at BART stations? Why isn't BART taking that?
Because we're responsible for it the way that it was structured. It's the Daniel Galvez mural. And so that was installed by the city.
Okay, thank you. And then the Osprey sculpture, where is that located? Is that one by Amazon?
Yes, that's a public-private partnership.
Okay. At the end of Atlas, or no, at the end of
Yeah, it was
Giant Road,
yeah, it's a,
where Amazon is, so only
yeah,
Amazon
it was a
sees it.
result of their new construction.
Yeah, thank you. And then the last, if I can make a request, the presentation is a little different than what's online, so if you wouldn't mind uploading the newest one. The new one has more.
Yes, we frequently just attach the drafts, but we always upload
I
the final.
appreciate it. Thank you so much. Colleagues, any other questions? Seeing none, then the motion then is to receive and accept. Can I get a motion?
I move to receive and accept the biannual written report and presentation regarding the art projects being developed in the city of Richmond.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you.
Councilmember, I'm sorry.
Yep, go ahead.
Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Bonner,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez, Councilmember Wilson,
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Zepeda.
Yes,
Motion passes with Mayor Martinez absent.
thank you. And we're going to go on, try to finish P.4.C, and then just as a reminder, we cannot go past 11 o'clock, so at 11, we have to adjourn right before that.
So we have the port item and the Richmond Department of Children and Youth, both of them here. So if you guys want to go expeditiously.
Yep, so
There's 2 more items remaining.
We want to talk about these.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I don't think that we had time. It's like 5 minutes to talk about these major projects. No.
that's what I was asking for direction earlier.
Okay, so
we said we're gonna
these
go
were
till-
items that were on
till the end.
consent. So the council wants to hear the presentations?
Yeah.
Okay, which one?
But we don't, I think that the agreement is that we don't have enough time.
Okay, so you want to hear them in January?
So we'll just have to hear them in
Okay.
January. Yeah.
Well, can I
I'm
ask,
sorry,
like,
gentlemen.
are there terrible consequences of hearing these in January? Like, is some money lost or people, like?
No, they were just written reports, so there wasn't, it
Oh, I
wasn't
see. No, I
anticipated
think-
that
I
the
think we got
council,
excited
it
for
wasn't
them, yeah.
anticipated that
Yeah.
these were pulled, if I understand correctly, Madam Clerk. These were pulled, and so we were trying to make sure that if the council wanted an opportunity to accept the written reports,
Gotcha.
you could do so.
No.
Perfect. Then we will keep those and we'll move those forward to January to be presented. So we appreciate
Thank you, Charles and Patrick, and everyone for staying with us.
Yeah,
this
we
evening.
appreciate you staying, and we're sorry that we ran out of time. So the two items that will be moved
P4C.
is P4C and P7B. Will be moved for presentations in the January meeting. And with that, because we have no other, we don't have a lot of other time, we don't have time for the reports of officers, so the next other item, unless somebody else needs something else, we're going to move forward to adjournment. And
Happy holidays, everybody.
happy holidays, and I would
Happy
like to adjourn.
holidays.
Today was a lot about art, and if we can adjourn in the memory of Winifred Day. She provided a lot of her time and heart to the arts of Richmond, so we thank her, and we're sad to see her go. Thank you all. Happy
Thank you.
holidays. Happy New Year.